Fist of the Pikachu. Story. Fist of the Pikachu. Story link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/16,165/1/category. Genre. Adventure author. Uniform link. https://www.fanfiction.net/u/7890/last updated May 18, 2003 words 127,649 rating T status in progress content Chapter 1 to 19 of 19 chapters. Source fanfiction.net. Summary. Ranma Sodom gets pulled out of his own world and into the world of Pokemon. TASER of Chapter 17 uploaded * Chapter 1 * Chapter 1 Ranma's new friend the God of Mischief told her side. They were at it again. Even though he had agreed to referee this little contest, he had already started to get one heck of a migraine. He was almost on the verge of regretting ever starting that infamous bet in the first place. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Toltier then slammed his hand down on the table and said, "Who will you to stop this?" Both godlings, red and blue, quieted down after Toltier's outburst and waited for him to compose himself. The god then said in a much calmer voice, "As I remember, you two wanted to play with the various timelines that had been rejected, closed out or just plain discontinued concerning one Ranma Sodom. Now you wanted to create a bit of your own as to just how off the wall you can make his life. Yeah, but Red's not playing fair. He wants to do a crossover. Nothing in the rules says I can't." Red stuck his tongue out at his sibling. Uncle Toltier had lots of crossovers in his bet. Toltier winced at the memories of some of the entries of his own bet. The winner of the bet, a timeline that Titania called Featherbright's tale, was getting out of hand lately. Although he did like the timeline in itself, even he was getting a bit overwhelmed at its many twists and turns. This bet had sparked off countless other repetitions among the Pantheon. Now his two nephews wanted to get into the act, and Toltier had the misfortune of agreeing to babysit them while his sister was out on vacation. Once they had come across the Herring well, there was no stopping them. "I wanna make a change here." Red chucked in a rock, which skipped across the surface a couple of times before sinking to the bottom. The ripples of the first impact interacted with the ripples of the second. As a result, two totally dissimilar realities became connected. Oh no, not that universe. Anything but that universe. It was bad enough when I had to take these two to go see the movie. Fist of the Pikachu. Introduction. Here we go again. Yet another crossover attempt between our favorite, sex-changing martial artist and another unlikely series. As always, the characters depicted in this story belongs to their respective owners. This story was the result of a temporary bout of insanity that I just had to write. Italic, thoughts less than greater than, Chinese language Chapter 1 Ranma's new friend, stupid old man. An attractive and well-built, red-haired girl who had just finished pounding the living daylights out of a huge panda. A portly Chinese man dressed in the brown uniform of the guides of Juzenkyo came running up behind him and lifted a kettle. "Oh no, get upset, sir. Curse can be reversed with hot water." The guide poured some of the steamy liquid over her head. Instantly, the girl's body became less curved and more muscular as she became a he. "Whew! I thought I was going to stay like that forever." Ranma ran his hands over his chest and sighed in relief, as he didn't find any additional fullness in his torso. "Oh, so sorry, sir. Cure is only temporary. Cold water will change into girl again. Hot water change back. Is there any cure for this?" "So sorry, sir. No cure. No good to try and go into Naniakwan. Spring of Ground Man. Once cursed by Juzenkyo, waters of other springs no work." Ranma's anger came back with a vengeance as he hauled up the battered body of his father. He shook the panda back to a conscious state as he screamed in his face. "You and your stupid ideas. You just had to drag me here, even though you don't know a word of Chinese. This is all your fault." Growth. That was all that John Masodong could say before he was severely pummeled and then launched into the air by way of an uppercut to the chin. Ranma huffed as he watched his old man soar up into the stratosphere and then went to retrieve his backpack. He then stomped off while muttering, "To hell with him. I'm outta here." The cursed martial artist went off in a random direction, not caring where he was headed, just so long as it was far away from Juzenkyo and his father. Ironically, he was heading toward a certain Amazon village. Within the village of the Joksuzoku, the matriarch known as Cologne was busy adding the final ingredients to a bubbling cauldron. The 300-year-old elder cackled as she drew a strange-looking amulet from her robes and held it over the potion. Behind her, the other matriarchs watched with apprehension. "Are you certain that you should be doing this? Greater than Mascara asked. Why not? Greater than Cologne replied as the smoke coming from the cauldron began to swirl around the amulet. It has been almost 300 years since that treacherous Hakozai had stolen our treasures. With this amulet, we shall at last be able to reclaim our lost magical talismans. This will be our only chance though. The planets are in perfect alignment and the amulet will reach full power within minutes after it is exposed to the vapors of the potion. It will then seek out the mystical energies contained within our treasures and bring them to us, wherever they may be. If Rakozai is with them, then he shall be brought to us as well and we shall exact our long-awaited revenge. That in itself justifies the use of our last magical item, does it not? The elders slowly nodded as they too had long-standing grudges against the perverted master of the anything-goes martial arts. In another reality, far beyond Ranma's home universe, another event of great importance was taking place. However, to some individuals, this was a recurring theme. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. to protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. MEOWDH. That's right. Ash Ketchum, along with his traveling companions, Misty and Brock. They should have expected that Team Rocket would show up. After all, the Pokemon convention was displaying the latest in Pokemon catching technology. Its crowning jewel was the most powerful Pokeball yet created. The Mega Transporter Pokeball was the ultimate in retrieving lost Pokemon. It contained a new kind of recall device that could bring back any Pokemon from anywhere on Earth, no matter how far away. Lost Pokemon were now a thing of the past with this gadget. Of course, this little marvel was still in the experimental stage and it hadn't been field tested yet. That didn't stop Team Rocket from trying to steal it, however. Wheezing. Sludge attack. James yelled as he threw his Pokeball at Ash and his friends. The ball opened up and released the Pokemon, which looked like a misshapen dumbbell. Wheeze. Wheezing opened its mouth and spat out a huge amount of toxic sludge. Ash swerved to the right to avoid it while throwing out a Pokeball. Pidgeotto. I choose you. The bird Pokemon exploded forth from the Pokeball as Jesse gave his Wheezing another command. Give them your smog attack. Wheezing. The pollution Pokemon let loose with a huge cloud of the foul-smelling gases. Pidgeotto. Gust attack. Following Ash's command, Pidgeotto began flapping its wings furiously, causing a gale wind to blow forth. The winds blew back the smog, right into James' face, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jessie was giving Misty and Brock some trouble. Right now she was directing her Arbok into spitting out its acid at Starmie and Geodude. Unfortunately for those present, the acid missed its targets and splashed onto the display case where the Mega Transporter Pokeball was being held in a stasis field. The caustic substance caused the control panel to short out and the magnetic field that was keeping the energies of the device in check disappeared. As a result, the Pokeball began to glow and emit increasing levels of power. Look out! One technician cried out. The stasis field is down. The Mega Transporter Pokeball is starting to go critical. Everyone out of the building now! The crowds of people began to panic as the energies contained within the device started to lash out. Whatever the energies hit was instantly vaporized. Team Rocket needed no persuasion to vacate the premises as their chance to steal the device was gone. Calling back their Pokemon, they began to hightail it. Of course, Ash just wouldn't let them leave without a going-away present. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Pika. The large, electric rodent powered up its energies and let loose with a sizzling blast of electricity. Just as the lightning hit the fleeing villains, another errant blast from the Mega Transporter Pokeball also zeroed in on them. The combined energies sent Team Rocket shooting off into the stratosphere. Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again. Meowth. Jesse and James were soon distant dots in the sky. Ash and his friends were just barely able to evacuate the convention hall with the rest of the crowds. They soon came across a friend of theirs, who was busy talking into a cell phone. "Is the building clear? I'm about to activate the safety measure." "Excuse me, Professor Oak, but would you mind telling us just what's going on?" The scientist looked over his shoulder and said, "Oh, thank goodness you three got out of there. We're okay, Professor. But what about that?" The 10-year-old wandered back toward the building. As of now, the energies were being released at random in a chaotic light show. "We're just making sure that the entire building is clear before I use the self-destruct." "Self-destruct?" "Yes. You see, Ash, the Mega Transporter Pokeball, or MDP, is a miniaturized version of the transporter used by all Pokemon centers. It's also the same device that connects your Pokédex to my lab. However, the circuits have been deemed as unstable and we had to keep it in a magnetic field until the bugs were worked out. Unfortunately, with the shielding down, the energies are now randomly transporting objects into other dimensions." "Other dimensions?" "Yes. The way the transporter works is that it actually shunts materials into a separate reality called subspace and then travels through it to reappear into this dimension, an equivocal distance from its origin. However, with the stasis field gone, there's nothing to stop the MDP from building up power. You can see for yourself." Great accent. "It's starting to transport larger objects with each blast." Ash and his friends nodded as they saw larger objects disappearing with each random energy bolt. "I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do this, but we'll have to destroy it. Once I'm sure that the building is empty, I'll send a transmission signal to the MDP and order it to turn its power on itself. There will be a massive implosion." The cell phone beeped once and Professor Oak got the go-ahead. Taking out a small device, he pressed the big red button. The convention center was instantly destroyed as a massive blast of energy shot up like a geyser. A huge rift opened up in the sky above, sucking in the power. The stream of energy went on for a full minute, and then all became calm as the rift suddenly closed up. Ash, Misty and Brock watched in silence as the hole in the sky disappeared. The crowds who had evacuated the now demolished building also watched in awe. When it was all over, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about now. In Ranma's universe, Cologne had just completed the spell that would activate the amulet and retrieve the lost treasures of the Amazons. The magical artifact glowed with an eerie light. Just as it was about to reach full power, a massive rift opened up in the skies above the village. A trickle of energy, similar to a small bolt of lightning, blasted forth from the interdimensional tear and shot down toward the hut of Cologne. The energy tore through the roof and struck the amulet, causing a huge explosion. The elders were just barely able to take cover as the amulet let loose a huge backlash of power. As most people know, Magic doesn't mix very well with science, and the energy released by the Mega Transporter Pokeball corrupted the spell of the amulet. The result was an errant spell gone wrong. The amulet's purpose was to seek out sources of magic and transport them from a distance. The MDP was designed to lock onto live organisms, specifically Pokemon, and transport them from a distance. The end product was a transport beam that would lock onto a magical, living being. And the nearest individual of that nature was a certain pig-tailed martial artist who had just been cursed by Jews and killed. Ranma didn't even have time to scream as a bolt of power lashed out from the village and struck him. In an instant, Ranma was gone from his world and sent to another. Ranma woke some time later, his head throbbing. He found himself lying on the ground in a clearing within a deep forest. As he slowly sat up, he began looking around to ascertain his whereabouts. He didn't recognize the woods he was in and saw that he was still in his white GI. Man, that was some blast. Where the heck am I? Not knowing that he had been transported to another dimension, Ranma assumed that he was still in his universe and thought that he was still in China. Remembering that he was now cursed to turn into a girl with cold water, the young martial artist's expression turned dark. Stupid old man. He just had to find that training ground, even though he couldn't speak a word of Chinese. Now I'm half girl because of him. Question is, what do I do now? P-I-I-I-K. Ranma was startled by the high-pitched sound and turned in its direction. His eyes widened as he saw a strange-looking creature being chased by a flock of birds. When he focused in on the animal, he saw that it was about the size of a small dog and it had yellow, rounded body. It had a jagged tail that resembled a lightning bolt and two orange stripes across its back. It had pointed ears and small circular designs on its cheeks. Pikachu! Pika! Screamed the strange little creature as it was set upon by a horde of angry birds. The flock descended on the little one like a flock of vultures and began pecking at it. Upon seeing this, Ranma dropped his backpack and began running toward them, his own problems temporarily forgotten. Hey! Leave him alone! Ranma picked up a stray branch and began swatting at them. He managed to knock off a few of the birds, but then they began pecking at him. Ouch! Why you? Ow! Cut it out! Ow! Ranma dropped the branch and leaped back to get some more maneuvering room. The strange birds followed him, forgetting their intended victim to deal with their new adversary. Ranma vaulted over to where a low-hanging tree limb was nearby. Making a turn around the tree, he began bending the large branch back. As the birds dived at him, Ranma let the branch fly. The limb snapped back like a rubber band, knocking the birds for a loop and sent them flying toward the injured creature Ranma had been trying to save. It was then that Ranma saw something that made his jaw drop. The hurt Pikachu was mad, very mad. When it saw that flock of Spearows heading back toward it, it decided to give them the shock of their lives. Powering up its remaining stores of electrical energy, Its cheek pouches crackled with sparks before letting loose with a thunderbolt attack. Pikachu! The Spearows shrieked as more than 10,000 volts of electricity went through them. Many of them had their feathers charred. The Spearows knew when it was time to retreat, and they decided to hightail it out of there. Ranma's eyes were about the size of dinner plates as he stared at the little electric rodent. The Pikachu let out a whimper as it tried to get to its feet. Unfortunately, the injuries it sustained with the Spearows had left it too weak to get very far, and it fell to the ground unconscious. Ranma ran toward the fallen creature and knelt down to look at it. As he gazed over its plump body, he began wondering, what the heck is this thing? It kinda looks like a mouse, but I never saw a mouse that could shoot off lightning. And mice don't come this big. Then again, those birds didn't look like any kind I'd ever seen either. Ranma took a good look around and then started to think. I don't recognize this forest, and I don't remember me and Pop going know this place on our way to Juzenkyo. First this thing, then those strange birds, then that electric attack this mouse did. This is too weird. Although I gotta admit, that was way cool. Pikachu. The little mouse groaned as it slowly opened its eyes and looked up at its savior. When Ranma bent down toward it, extending out a hand, the little Pokemon began to get edgy. Sparks began to crackle on its cheek pouches as it prepared to shock the stranger. It had become very distrustful of humans ever since its previous trainer had callously abandoned it. Ranma noticed the sparks and stopped his hand. He had seen just how potent this creature's power was, and he didn't want to suffer the same fate as those Spearows. Hey, take it easy. I'm on your side. I just want to help you. Ranma slowly extended his hand a little more. Pikachu wouldn't have any of it. As soon as the human's hand got within 8 inches of it, it let fly with a burst of electricity. Ranma howled as a few hundred volts went through his system. The shock flung Ranma back a few feet, slamming him against a nearby tree. Ow! Talk about having a short fuse, Ranma said in anger as he rubbed his head. He then stood up and said in annoyance to the electric rodent, Boy, are you ungrateful? I went through the trouble to get those birds away from you and try to help, and this is how you repay me. Fine then. You're on your own. I got my own problems to worry about. Ranma then stomped off in a huff to retrieve his backpack. The little mouse watched the human walk away, and its expression matched that of Ranma's. It was glad that he was leaving. It didn't need any human's help. They were nothing but trouble, and they only used Pokemon as slaves. Its last trainer was a cruel individual and only cared about winning battles. When Pikachu was pitted against opponents that were far better trained than it was, the human had become dissatisfied with its performance and decided to leave it out in the wilderness to fend for itself. As if in defiance, the injured Pokemon tried to get back up on its feet. Ranma had just picked up his backpack when he heard a pathetic whine. Hi! He looked back and saw that the electric rodent was trying to get to its feet. It strained its tired muscles and attempted to stand. However, its injuries were far too severe and it fell flat on its face. It then let off another pathetic little whine before lapsing back into unconsciousness. Ranma was sorely tempted to just leave it there and be on his way, but his conscience just wouldn't let him do it. Giving off a sigh, he walked back to the strange creature. Some time later, Pikachu awoke and found itself lying on a makeshift bed of sheets and covered in a small blanket. It looked down at its body and noted the injuries it had sustained were expertly bandaged up. Looking around, it saw that it was at a campsite and the human who had helped it was sitting near a campfire. Pika? Ranma instantly stood up and became rigid. He then slowly looked over his shoulder and saw that his little patient was awake. He didn't say a word as he slowly reached over for something. Pikachu instantly became alert at the movement. It knew what was going to happen next. The human was going to throw a pokeball at it. It quickly got to its feet and began charging up its energies. It was a tremendous strain and its body still throbbed with pain, but Pikachu was determined not to be captured again. Ranma stiffened at the sight of the sparks which appeared at the rodent's cheeks. He gave a slow swallow as he brought out his hand for it to see what he had. Pika? The hand was not holding a pokeball, but was instead holding a small plate that had some berries and nuts that Ranma had foraged. The human did not say a word as he carefully and very slowly nudged the plate toward the Pokemon. When he got to within a foot of the prone Pikachu, he backed off and waited. Pikachu was still wary as it inched toward the offered food. When it got to within an inch of the plate, it carefully sniffed at the berries and nuts. It then looked up at the human, who smiled at it. "Go ahead. I'm sure you're pretty hungry." Pikachu looked down at the plate, then back up at the human, then down at the plate again. Its belly let off a small rumble, which confirmed Ranma's assessment that it should eat. With a final look at the stranger, the little electric rodent began devouring the berries and nuts. Ranma breathed out a sigh of relief as he became a little more at ease. It looked like he wouldn't get a repeat demonstration of Pikachu's ability. He then went about fixing his own preparations for the night. After tending to Pikachu's wounds, Ranma had explored the forest and eventually came to the conclusion that wherever he was, this wasn't China. Although it resembled the wilderness that his long training journey had made him accustomed to, the fantastic animal life he had witnessed were definitely not native to Asia, or for Earth for that matter. He had seen something that resembled a giant panda but didn't seem to do anything but sleep. He had also seen birds that resembled the ones that he had thought, but they were a bit more gentler and a few of them actually transformed into larger forms. He had witnessed giant caterpillars and butterflies with wingspans that were 3 feet across. He had a run-in with huge wasp-like creatures and fish that looked like a cross between a catfish and a carp. This is all too weird. First I get a curse from Juzenkyo. Now this. What the heck is this place? Ranma was still contemplating his location when heard a familiar noise. Pikachu. Looking over his shoulder, he saw that Pikachu had finished with its dinner and was returning to its bed for some rest. That sweet Ranma just fine as he settled down for the night. He could figure all this out in the morning. Crawling into his sleeping bag underneath the crude lean-to he had made, he gradually fell into a deep slumber after looking at the stars for a while. Bright and early the next morning, Ranma woke to the sounds of the strange bird life. As he sat up, he looked over to where Pikachu had been sleeping. Finding nothing but empty sheets, Ranma sighed as he got up to stretch. He hadn't been expecting the little rodent to be there, considering how hostile it was to him. He was a little disappointed that the critter hadn't even bothered to wait for him to awaken. Shrugging his shoulders, Ranma began packing up his camping gear. After stowing everything back into his pack, he went to a nearby stream to wash up. Bending down at the river's edge, he splashed his face with water. He then shivered a bit when the cold water hit his skin. Then he felt an odd tingle over his body. It was then that Ranma looked at the reflection in the river. Staring back at him was the sight of a red-haired and very shapely girl. "Aw, crud! I forgot!" Ranma-chan swore. The newness of the curse still unnerved her. What was once a handsome and well-formed boy, melt a very attractive and thoroughly ticked-off girl. Ranma-chan had been hoping that the trip to Juzenkyo, the strange lights and the weird animals had all been a terrible nightmare, but no such luck. Ranma-chan pounded the ground in frustration. "Pika?" Ranma-chan's head snapped up at the sound, then turned around to face what was behind her. She caught sight of the familiar little electric mouse that she had cared for the night before. Pikachu, who was more than stunned at what was staring at it. During the night, it had awoken and it had gone through the stranger's belongings, just in case Ranma had a Pokeball or any other equipment that trainers usually carried. Finding none, it had assumed that its savior was not a trainer and was at least assured that he would not try to capture it. When it had awoken that morning, it had waited in some nearby bushes and it had been following Ranma in secret. When it witnessed Ranma's form suddenly change, it was stunned beyond belief. So far, Pikachu only knew that only Pokemon can evolve into other forms very quickly. It had seen a Bulbasaur evolve into an Ivysaur. Its former master Charmeleon had become a Charizard. It had even observed a fellow Pikachu transform into a Raichu with the aid of a Thunderstone. It didn't know that humans could evolve as well. Grow in size, yes, but change shape so radically. Then again, this may not be a human. It had heard of human-like Pokemon like Mr. Mime and Jinx. On the other hand, it had never heard of a Pokemon that was capable of human speech, but there were rumors of a talking Meowth that was running around. It was just so confusing to Pikachu. However, before it would leave this place and this stranger forever, it had to know for sure. It began to slowly approach Ranma-chan, keeping on its guard. Its cheek pouches sparked occasionally, giving the human enough warning not to try anything, lest she wanted to be on the receiving end of a massive thundershock attack. Ranma-chan said not a word as she silently allowed the rodent to approach her. Her martial arts training may lead her to defend herself against normal opponents, but this creature was anything but normal. She had no intention of being shot again, and one of the first rules of wilderness survival was to not make any sudden moves that might frighten or start a potentially dangerous animal. The cute and seemingly harmless-looking critter was quite capable of electrocuting Ranma-chan. When Pikachu came to within a foot or so of the sitting Ranma-chan, it leaned forward and took a tentative sniff. No doubt about it. Ranma-chan was human. However, the scent was more feminine than masculine. It didn't know what to make of it. It had also caught a whiff of something else. The stranger seemed to be emanating some kind of power that was similar to the energies that psychic and fighting-type Pokemon emitted. Ranma-chan was very nervous at being so close to this animal. When it had been unconscious during the time she had tended to its wounds, she had been on edge that Pikachu would shot her at any moment. Now the thing was wide awake and sniffing at her. Remembering the meditation techniques of her training, she had been using controlled breathing methods to calm herself down and wait. Her body was tense and ready to spring away in an instant. Then it happened. Pikachu was confused. The human smelled female, but it had been positive that Ranma-chan had been a boy when they first met. The person sitting before it looked like the same individual except for the change in hair color, the reduction in height and the outward additional curves to her body. Well, there was one way to know for sure. Before Ranma-chan could react, Pikachu leapt into her lap and nuzzled its body against her softness. Ranma-chan almost leapt out in panic as the thing rubbed against her. She braced herself for the massive blast of electricity. When it didn't come, she looked down at a pair of puzzled, beady black eyes. Pika? Ranma-chan just stared at the critter. Pika? I? Ranma-chan just shook her head in non-comprehension. Pikachu stood up in her lap and placed its paws on Ranma-chan's chest. It then gave her breasts a few taps and repeated its question. Pika? I? Ranma-chan's cheeks reddened as she finally realized what the little rodent was trying to ask her. Oh, then. I don't really know how to explain it, but I'm under a curse. Choo? Ranma-chan looked intently at the electric mouse and wondered about it. Call me crazy, but I think this thing can understand me. Pikachu. Pika. The little animal pounded against her chest, insisting on some answers. Ranma-chan looked in wonder at the Pokemon, then decided what the heck. She then began telling Pikachu her life story. Sometime later, Ranma, back in his male form again, was making his way down a forest path. Behind him, the little Pikachu trotted along. You don't have to follow me, you know. You're free to go to wherever you want. Pikachu looked up at Ranma but said nothing. After learning about Ranma's curse and having it demonstrated in front of it, the Pokemon had become even more intrigued by the stranger. Furthermore, Ranma had saved its life and seemed a little different than all the other humans it had encountered. Okay, make that a lot different. How many other humans could actually change his or her gender with water? In any case, he seemed nice enough, so perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to tag along with him for a while. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, this is yet another one of my ideas that I had never thought about until now. This was written on a dare with a friend. Where could I go with this? Well, I guess a run-in with Ash and his friends would be inevitable. I can just imagine Brot going GAGA over Ranma's cursed form. Misty would probably be jealous over Ranma's better figure. As for Ash, well, he just might see Ranma as a kind of big brother or rival. Ranma becoming a Pokemon trainer. Well, it could happen. I've been having ideas of him sparring with all types of fighting Pokemon and even learning how to do their attacks by way of manipulating ki. Can you imagine Ranma doing a Thundershock or Flamethrower? Also, I've been having some other plans for Ranma's Pokemon to be able to mimic Ranma's martial arts. As for Ranma's curse, I have been thinking of what would happen if he encountered a water stone. Would it help with his chosen Kyo form or hurt it? In any case, this is yet another one of the unfinished or discontinued stories that I had left to its own devices. With the right amount of comments and suggestions, I could just very well turn it into an ongoing series. Chapter 2 Chapter 2 I Choose You. Raiden. Fist of the Pikachu. Italic. Thoughts. Chapter 2 I Choose You. Raiden. It was a dark and humid night as Ranma and his newfound friend had just started to set up camp for the night. It was just after a heavy rainstorm and Ranma-chan cursed her luck as she saw that the rain had totally soaked her backpack and everything in it, including her matches. Saw crud. Ranma-chan threw her wet matches away in disgust. She had just managed to gather some kindling that was dry enough, but had no way of lighting the fire. With her matches ruined and no flintstones in sight, she assumed that she was going to have to spend the night in the cold. She sat down in a dejected manner. Perfect. Just perfect. What else can go wrong? The Pikachu gazed at Ranma-chan. It had been more than a week since it had encountered the Juzenkyo cursed martial artist. No matter how many times it saw the transformation, it was still fascinated by the human's ability to evolve and devolve with just a change of water temperature. The little electric rodent noted that the human shivered as a cold breeze blew past her. It then approached its strange companion. Ranma-chan looked up and gave the mouse a slight smile while studying its fur. Boy, you're really lucky to have that fur coat. Man, what I wouldn't give for something to keep me warm tonight. As if in response to Ranma-chan's request, Pikachu began charging up its cheek pouches. Tiny sparks were emitted from them, which caught the attention of Janma's cursed son. For a moment, Ranma-chan thought she was about to get shocked again, but then the electric mouse turned its attention to the prepared campfire and let loose with a small electric bolt. Pikachu. The kindling was lit, which soon got the campfire going. Ranma-chan looked in amazement to the appearance of the flames, then looked back at Pikachu. This was not what she had expected. The last 10 days or so had been somewhat uncomfortable for her. The little rodent had been following her around as she traveled through the thick, dense forest. Despite repeated requests that it should leave her alone, the electric Pokemon kept hanging around with her. After about 3 days, Ranma-chan accepted the fact that the little critter wasn't going to go away and tolerated its presence. Of course, she tried very hard to ignore it, but the cute mouse continued to stay with her. Eventually, the martial artist had gotten used to having Pikachu around and even started to share whatever food she managed to forage. However, she was still very careful not to give it any reason to startle or get it angry. A couple of days ago, Ranma-chan had become very surprised when she had awoken and found that Pikachu had slipped into her sleeping bag. The sudden scream she let off had resulted in a nasty shock as the electric rodent had let off a few hundred volts in surprise. Ranma-chan had become more careful around it since then. Its sudden act of kindness just now got the red-haired girl to thinking that perhaps she had finally gotten a friend in this strange world. I guess it's true with what they say. Feed a stray dog for more than 3 days and they kind of get attached to you. I guess that applies with big, electric rats too. Then again, I don't mind the company. Memories of the long and lonely training trip with her father came back to her. Dim, yet very happy recollections of the little boy with whom she befriended when she was 6 made a smile appear on her face. She could still remember her old buddy Pukin. Giving the little rodent a small smile, Ranma-chan said quietly as she held up her hands to the fire. Thank you. The Pikachu nodded. Pika. It then trotted towards Ranma-chan's feet and sat down. You know, that's a handy little trick you got there. Sure wish I could do something like that. Pikachu. Is that all you can say? Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Ranma-chan shook her head and shrugged. Well anyway, it's not like I can understand you, even though you can understand me. It's been 10 days and I still don't have the slightest idea what you are, much less where I am. Pikachu. Huh? The electric Pokemon gestured to itself. Pikachu. Ranma-chan stared for a moment. Pikachu. Pikachu smiled and then said, Pikachu. 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 Ranma-chan repeated. So, that's what you are? You're a Pikachu? Pikachu. It said happily as it nuzzled against Ranma-chan's legs. Okay, the big-tailed martial artist said slowly as she reached out slowly with a hand. When Pikachu showed no signs of negative reaction to her hand, she began stroking its ears. Pikachu sighed happily as it nuzzled itself closer to her. So you're called a Pikachu. Alright, at least that's one mystery solved. Ranma-chan continued to stroke Pikachu and nothing was said for a long time. When she finally looked down, she noted that the Pokemon had fallen asleep. Gently taking the electric rodent in her arms, she set about making her own preparations for the night. When her sleeping bag had been sufficiently dried out, she crawled into it. This time, however, she took Pikachu with her. I never had a pet before. I think I like it. The next morning, Pikachu awoke to the sound of something that was pounding on wood. When it arose from the sleeping bag, it noted that Ranma was gone. Looking around, it saw him in a nearby clearing, in his male form, and was steadily hitting his feet and fists against a wooden post that had the top wrapped up in some cloth bindings. It decided to investigate. Ranma had decided to resume his training in the martial arts as he wanted to keep in shape. He found that the exertion also helped relieve some of the stress he had built up over the last few days. The fact that he was lost on some Earth-like world that had strange creatures roaming about didn't alter the fact that he needed to maintain his martial levels. The katas aided him in maintaining his focus as he quietly tried to plan what to do next. His anything-goes martial arts was all that he had besides what was in his backpack. It wasn't much, but at least it helped him forget about his problems for a while. Pikachu watched with fascination as the human went through his motions. After a minute, Ranma hit the top of the post and caused it to snap off without any significant effort. He then began a series of movements that were incredibly graceful as he went through intricate patterns, throwing out punches and kicks at unseen enemies. He started to make leaps into the air, using the surrounding trees as springboards. Pikachu was in awe as Ranma leapt up to heights of 30 feet or so, defying gravity for a few seconds as he turned, twisted and somersaulted. Every now and then, he would lash out with a leg or fist, as if he were fighting an invisible foe in the air. The Pokemon's black, beady eyes followed its companion as he moved about at a fast pace. Finally, after half an hour, Ranma landed on the ground and took a ready stance in front of a large boulder. Pikachu's eyes widened as it saw a faint blue aura begin to form around Ranma. The big-tailed martial artist focused his inner energies for a long moment, then struck. Ranma lashed out with a straight kick and his foot slammed into the rock. His foot rested on the surface of the granite for an instant before pulling his foot back. At first it seemed as if the rock had not been damaged, but then the front of it began to show cracks at the point where Ranma's kick had impacted with it. Another moment later, the entire face of the rock crumbled into fragments. Ranma smiled at his handiwork. He had used the principle of the Stonebreaker fist that he had learned at the age of 12, and had now revised it into a kicking version. Choo! The boy then looked over to where the electric mouse was and smiled. He had already been aware of its presence. So did you enjoy the show, Pikachu? The Pokemon nodded as it approached Ranma. It would have liked to be able to leap to such heights and be able to shatter stone. Such a technique could be very full if it went up against rock-type Pokemon. It wanted to the crumbled fragments of Ranma's target. Ranma nodded as he understood what the little Pokemon was asking him. That was a kicking version of the Stonebreaker fist. Pika? Yeah. I focused my ki into my leg and used it to take the brunt of the blow. Die? Yeah. My ki. Look at this. Ranma took a stance, closed his eyes and began breathing steadily, using meditation techniques that had been taught to him to gain his mental and spiritual balance. The faint blue aura formed around him again and Pikachu became fascinated by it. He then opened his eyes and said, "This my battle aura. The energy you see is my ki. This is the energy that I used to break that rock and it also helps me jump higher." Pikachu was more than amazed that such a power existed. Ranma continued with his explanation. "It took me a while to control some of it, though Pop said that I learned it a lot faster than he ever did. I guess martial arts comes naturally to me." He then looked down and saw his new friend copy his stance and try to attempt to raise up its own battle aura. He smiled as he watched the Pokemon strain to pull forth its ki. "It's a lot harder than it looks, Pikachu. It took me weeks to do this and I doubt you could." Ranma's words died out as he saw the electric mouse begin to glow with a thin, blue aura. The aura began to become more intense as Pikachu increased its concentration. Ranma also noticed that its cheek pouches were sparking and releasing minute flashes of electricity. Whoa! No way! He's actually doing it. How's he doing that? It took me more than 2 weeks to be able to, huh? At this point, Ranma saw that his little friend was now surrounded by an intense blue light and its electric generators were giving off larger sparks. The cheek pouches were a fiery red and resembled glowing coals. Pikachu started to give off little whimpers as its body began to tremble and shake. It had never felt this way before. It desperately tried to calm down, but the energies within it would not subside. The power continued to build up until it was too enormous for Pikachu to hold it in anymore. Finally, it let out a scream as it reached its peak and spread its arms out. Pikachu! There was a huge surge of power and all the pent-up ki energy blasted outward in all directions. Ranma was thrown backward and landed on his back 20 feet away. He was temporarily blinded from the sudden burst of brightness and all he could see at the moment were flashes of blue light. He laid on his back for a minute or so as Pikachu collapsed from the exertion. When Ranma finally could see again, he slowly got up to a sitting position and looked to where Pikachu was sprawled out on the ground. His eyes widened as he saw his Pokemon in the middle of a 15-foot crater. The lightning rodent was unconscious and was prone in the center of the depression. Some time later, Ranma was tending to his little friend as it slept quietly on a small sheet that he had laid out for it. Pikachu was none worse for wear and it was only exhausted from its ordeal. As he watched the electric mouse in its slumber, he began thinking back to what had happened earlier. How did Pikachu do that? He just couldn't believe that it had just performed a ki blast. Ranma had heard of things like that but had never been able to accomplish it. Then all of a sudden, This little electric rodent had done it on the first try, without any prior martial arts training. Reaching over to his backpack, Ranma pulled out several of his old training manuals and began reading about the information concerning Ki. Let's see. Ki is the inner energies of all living things. By attaining focus of the mind and spirit, one can utilize it to strengthen the body and enhance one's own physical potential. Ranma looked up and thought about it. Thinking back to the Stonebreaker fist and how he could leap to the heights of about 30 feet, he nodded in understanding. But that doesn't explain how Pikachu was able to fire it off. That Ki energy that I got hit with, it definitely wasn't one of its usual electric shocks. Just how did it? Wait a second. Ranma then thought back to when the Pokemon was gathering its battle aura. He had noticed that its cheek pouches had been sparking. At first Ranma thought he was going to get shocked again, but then remembered how Pikachu had strained to keep the energy within it. When that energy was released, it didn't come from its cheek pouches, but instead it had blasted forth from its body. It was at that point that Ranma used the one thing he seldom used during his training journey, his mind. Hold on a minute. Could that be it? Ranma recalled how its cheek pouches were the brightest of all when all that Ki was released. Ki is the inner energies of all living things. If that's the case, then maybe, looking back at the electric rodent, he came to a conclusion. So that's it. It's got to be it. Pikachu already had better control over Ki than me, because it naturally uses its Ki to create that electricity. Those cheek pouches must be some kind of converters that changed the Ki into electricity. Just like a pair of electric transformers. Ranma reached out and stroked Pikachu's back, which caused the electric rodent to sigh in contentment. If Pikachu can fire off a Ki blast, then I should be able to do it as well. And if I could fire off a Ki blast, then maybe, it might be possible for me to fire off electricity as well. Pikachu just showed me that Ki can be changed into another kind of energy. I told Pikachu that I'd love to be able to do what he does. Thanks, Pikachu. I just learned a lot more from you than I ever did from my pop. It was then that Pikachu had begun to stir. Opening its eyes, it smiled up at the human. Pikachu. Ranma smiled down at the little Pokemon and picked up into his arms. How are you feeling, Pikachu? Pika. It leaned forward and gave Ranma an affectionate lick on his chin. Ranma smiled as he began thinking of his new training regime. The thought of learning a new skill made him totally forget that he was in a strange land. If there was one thing that Ranma was always eager to drop everything for, it was learning a new technique. A few days later, Ranma was once again practicing in the clearing. This time, however, Pikachu was with him, copying its new trainer's moves as he performed a series of simple katas. No, Pikachu. Like this. Ranma thrust out his hand in a palm strike. Pikachu nodded as it thrust out a paw. Ranma nodded as he continued to practice with Pikachu. It seemed that sparring against an opponent that was smaller and faster than he was proved to be a good challenge. Pikachu would leap about and Ranma would try his best to catch his friend. As they fought, Pikachu became better at copying its trainer's moves while Ranma improved with his speed and coordination. Trying to hit such a small target made him think a bit more and plan his strategy against a shorter opponent. Ranma noted that the Pokemon was also a fast learner. In just a few short days, Pikachu had mastered many of the basic and more advanced moves of the anything goes style of aerial combat. To compensate for its shorter reach and lesser strength, the electric mouse decided to improve its agility and maneuverability. As a result, it became faster and far more agile than a normal Pikachu would have been. It also started to get the hang of using its ki to enhance its physical movements. It's not every day that one could see a Pikachu making 20-foot high jumps. A few more days later, Ranma and his Pokemon were standing in their stances, meditating and gathering up their ki. Pikachu had learned from its earlier mistake and was now gathering its energies at a much slower rate. Ranma on the other hand was practicing at gathering his ki at a much faster rate and in greater quantities. By carefully watching his friend, he was able to discern how to amass the ki and focus it more tightly. Yet more days passed. Ranma had discovered that he needed a focal point in order to focus his ki. Pikachu already had his cheek pouches to help it gain its focus, but Ranma needed something else. He began trying different stances and positions. Finally, after much trial and error, he discovered that by cupping his hands and bringing them up in front of him, he could condense his ki and begin to mold it into a round shape. A few days after that, Ranma was close, so close, that he could almost see himself letting the ki in his hands shoot off and strike the tree that he was aiming at. Beside him, Pikachu was focusing its own ki and was aiming at the same tree. However, the ki would not leave Ranma's hands and Pikachu's energy kept on building and threatened to explode like before. Ranma desperately held onto his ki. What was he doing wrong? What was missing from the equation? He could now focus his ki and shape it with relatively no effort, but he couldn't fire it off. If he didn't do something quick, the ki would blow up in his hands. Damn! I gotten this far. I can't give up now. Come on, Ranma. You can do this. You can do this. With a final burst of supreme effort, Ranma pulled back his hands and then threw them forward. I can do it. Suddenly, the blue sphere of ki rocketed forth from his palms and struck the tree. The trunk was reduced to splinters as the orb impacted heavily onto it. Though the ki energy was no bigger than a basketball, the devastation it caused was enormous. The tree was totally obliterated and the fireball kept on going. It then struck into another grove of trees and exploded with a rather large detonation. Ranma was thrown off his feet from the recoil of releasing so much energy at once. At the same time that Ranma released his ki, Pikachu also let loose with its own. Seeing its trainer cup his palms and hold them out in front of him, it decided to follow suit. Holding up its own paws, it began focusing its accumulated energies. When it felt like it was about to explode, it let loose a fierce cry of determination. Pikachu! Pikachu's ki blast was smaller than Ranma's but still packed quite a wallop. It shot forward, missing the tree but instead hit a large boulder. The rock face was cracked along the spot where the ball of energy hit it. Large shards of rock were blown off and the entire rock shuddered. After releasing so much energy at once, Pikachu collapsed near its trainer. Ranma was still a bit dazed and his body felt as if he had gone 20 non-stop rounds with his old man. His body was utterly exhausted but he had a grin on his face that went from ear to ear. "We did it, Pikachu." A month after that experience, Ranma and Pikachu trained hard as they practiced to hone their newfound ki abilities. Ranma eventually learned that his ki could be projected through his emotions. After realizing that his determination and confidence was his strongest emotions, ki blasts became much easier to accomplish. Pikachu discovered that as it increased its control over its ki, its electric attacks had become much stronger. After a solid month, Pikachu had enough power to almost match its evolved form, the Raichu. Thunderstones no longer held any meaning to Ranma's friend. Ranma, on the other hand, was determined to not only master his ki ability, but also to try and copy his Pokemon's electric attacks. He knew that Pikachu's electric abilities were based on ki manipulation. He just had to find out how to do it. After endless hours of trial and error, as well as constantly watching Pikachu in action, he finally discovered a way to accomplish it. In actuality, it was totally by accident. Ranma had been gathering firewood when he had accidentally disturbed a flock of sparrows. The angry birds had chased him around and his Pikachu had to come to his rescue. A massive thundershock attack drove the birds away, but unfortunately, Ranma was caught in the blast. Pikachu rushed toward Ranma's smoking body. It hadn't meant to shock its trainer, but it had momentarily forgotten that its electric attacks were far stronger than usual and it had yet to control its newfound power. Pikachu leaned over its trainer and checked for any sign that he was still alive. Ranma moaned as he looked at his friend. Seeing the hurt in its eyes, he gave the Pikachu a weak smile and said, "I'm okay, Pikachu. Just a little medium rare." He slowly raised a hand to pet his Pokemon, but then noticed that his fingers were giving off small sparks. He gazed at them, then thought back to how it felt when Pikachu had inadvertently shocked him. He then realized what had to be done if he wanted to learn the technique. Over the next few days, he instructed Pikachu to give him a few light shocks as he built up his ki. The sessions were at first painful, but eventually they grew to become no more irritating as compared to one scuffing one's feet in socks along a wool carpet. As Ranma was charged with electricity, he got a feel for what the energy was like. Then one day, it happened. Ranma was again focusing high key at a tree after receiving a few light electric shocks from Pikachu. He then began reaching into his inner being and began to picture the ball in his mind become electricity. He could see in his head a ball of lightning instead of a ball of ki energy. On the side, Pikachu watched its trainer as he increased his concentration. Then its eyes widened as Ranma's ki energy began to change in color and begin to glow brighter. Pika, it said in awe. Ranma's eyes also widened when he opened them. The energy in his palms was now crackling and sparking. Ranma smiled as he added more ki to the mass. The electrical power contained in the sphere grew in size and potency. As Ranma got the hang of converting the ki into electricity, he smiled. He then threw his hands upward and released the lightning shock attack. The mass of electricity leapt out and elongated into a bolt of lightning. Ranma braced himself as more than 5,000 volts erupted from his hands. He gave a smirk as he saw the lightning shoot up and disappeared into the sky. This is probably the first time that lightning ever went up instead of down. He looked down at the still awestruck Pikachu and said, "Thanks, pal. I don't know what I would have done without you." Pikachu smiled as it raised a paw and gave him a victory sign. Pika. Ranma smiled down at the little rodent as he bent down to pick it up. "We've both learned a lot in the last 2 months, haven't we, Pikachu?" Pikachu nodded happily as it snuggled against Ranma's chest. "Choo!" Ranma continued to hold his friend, the only thing that kept him from going insane when he arrived on this strange world. He then thought of something. "You know what, Pikachu? You should have a name." "Pikachu?" The electric mouse looked up at its trainer. Ranma nodded as he held up his Pokemon, then considered what to call him. Then an inspiration hit him. "Hey, what do you think about the name, Raiden?" "Pika? It's the name of a Chinese thunder god. I heard that name when me and Pop were in China. He was supposed to be a great warrior and could shoot lightning. I think that name suits you, don't you?" The little Pikachu considered the name then smiled as it liked the idea of being named after a deity. "Pika. Okay. From now on, your name is Raiden." Eventually, Ranma was able to create his own electric attack without Raiden's help. Another week would pass when Ranma and Raiden finally emerged from the wilderness and found themselves near the outskirts of a small town. It was time that Ranma started exploring this new world and perhaps find a way back to his own. Ranma paused as he considered his options. By now, it was apparent to him that this was not Earth. At least not the Earth that he knew of. He was glad to see other humans go as cars and people passed by him on the road. They also didn't seem to pay Raiden any notice, so Ranma assumed that the strange creatures of this world were commonplace. He was a bit unsure about this Earth-like place, but aside from the strange creatures he had encountered, it really wasn't all that different. It seemed to be like the Earth he had come from, but with one major difference. Just about all the signs he had encountered always had the word Pokemon on them. Passerbys would often say that word and Ranma would wonder just what it meant. He didn't know that Raiden was a Pokemon. He also found it very strange that he was able to read and speak this strange world's language. It sounded like that Gaian language, English. After giving it some thought, Ranma shrugged and continued on, deciding not to look a gift horse in the mouth. As Ranma and Raiden approached the small town, he wondered just what to do now. When his stomach rumbled, he then decided to get something to eat. Then he realized something. He wasn't in the forest anymore. He couldn't just forage for food. He was in a town and he didn't have any money. If one wanted to eat, then one would need money. And that meant a job. Ranma winced at the thought, but there was no other option. Ranma was on a strange world with nothing except his backpack. He had not a single yen on him and had no skills save for his martial arts. His good-for-nothing father had never trained him in any other full skills save for fighting, and Ranma could see that this small and peaceful-looking place wouldn't be interested in a wandering martial artist and his pet Pikachu. And after spending a month and a half in the forest, Ranma had started to look like a vagrant. He also remembered that he couldn't do what his father always did when they were on that training journey. He recalled how angry shopkeepers and restaurant owners had been whenever Ranma had stolen supplies and food for them to survive on. Ranma had always felt guilty about taking things when he was old enough to distinguish right from wrong. After remembering what he had done when he was younger, he winced at his naivete. Since he had realized that what he had thought was game was actually theft, he made it a point not to follow with that kind of training anymore. This had angered his father, but that didn't stop Ranma from continuing to steal for the art or torture his son for the sake of training. At the thought of torture, Ranma shivered at the memory of the cat fist. It was then that Ranma noticed a small sign that was asking for help. Ranma read the sign out loud. Help wanted for an assistant. No experience necessary. Apply in person to Professor Oak. Ranma looked down at Raiden and shrugged. It was as good a place as any. After asking a passerby on how to get to the address listed on the sign, Ranma and Raiden headed toward the lab of Palatown's Pokemon expert. To be continued. Author's notes. Now who better to explain Pokemon to Ranma than Professor Oak? Ranma would probably not like the idea of having Raiden fight his battles for him or stuffing it or any other Pokemon into Pokeballs. He would probably see it as slavery, but it's still possible that he can become a Pokemon trainer. You've got to admit, he's got a talent for the position if he's able to train Raiden. Ranma's Pikachu has been a big help to him in his training and is probably his best friend in this world. Ranma will come to depend heavily on the little mouse as they help each other. As for the other characters in this crossover, Ranma will eventually meet up with them and Raiden may even become more pursued by Team Rocket than Ash's Pikachu. Give me some more comments and support if you have any ideas on where this could go. Should I decided to continue it? Chapter 3 Chapter 3 Ranma the Pokemon Trainer Fist of the Pikachu. Italic. Thoughts Chapter 3 Ranma the Pokemon Trainer Ranma and Raiden traveled on a small road that was winding toward a compound near a hill. The little Pikachu was perched on the top of Ranma's backpack and was enjoying the sights. Ranma didn't know what to expect when he got there, but this was as good a place as any to start looking for a job and make some money. As he approached the compound, a group of small kids came up to him. "Hey mister, are you a Pokemon trainer?" a little boy asked. Ranma looked down at the urchin and replied, "Ooh, a Pokemon trainer? Yeah. You got a Pikachu with you, just like Ash Ketchum." He pointed to Raiden. Ranma glanced back at Raiden and shrugged. "If you're asking if I'm teaching Raiden, then yes. I guess you could call me a Pokemon trainer. Whatever that means. That's so neat." A little girl said, "I wanna be a Pokemon master when I grow up." "Hey, are you going to see Professor Oak?" another little boy asked. Ranma nodded as he said, "Yes. I'm here to see him." "Cool. You get to see all those neat Pokemon." "Well, I guess I do. What the heck is a Pokemon? Hey, can you show us some of your Pokemon's attacks?" the first boy asked. "Huh?" Ranma was starting to become very nervous at the children and their questions about a subject that he had absolutely no clue as to what they were saying. He then said, "Sorry kids, but I've got to go." Ranma turned around and ran toward Professor Oak's compound. The children were disappointed, but eventually left the area. Ranma arrived at the front door to Professor Oak's lab and took a deep breath before ringing the doorbell. In a small wooden area near the Pokemon areas where the Oak let the creatures wander free for a while, a trio of bunglers were getting chewed out by their boss as they were receiving the orders for their next caper via portable transmitter. "You three have got to be the worst members of Team Rocket. I sent you out to steal the Mega Transporter Pokeball and you bungled it. Then I set you out to get the plans and you end up torching the labs. I don't know why I put up with you three." "Please sir," Jesse pleaded. "We almost had those plans. If we hadn't run into that little twerp and his friends, I want none of your excuses." Giovanni stroked his person's head as he glared at Jesse, James and Meowth. "This will be your last chance. Screw this up and I'll have you demoted to janitorial duties for a year and I'm going to give you all another pay cut. This time, it will be at 50%. "You mean?" "That's right. You're going to become Team Rocket's toilet jockeys if you don't get those plans. Don't worry sir. We promise that we'll get those plans this time," James said quickly. His brow was covered in sweat. Meowth and Jesse were equally as agitated. Giovanni nodded as he gave out his instructions. "Now listen up. The only other copy to the MDP's blueprints are in the laboratory of Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Just go there, steal those plans and bring them back to the headquarters. Understand?" "Yes, sir," all three members said in unison. Their boss gave me a final glare before the transmitter's screen went blank. Meanwhile, Ranma was led into a small office by Ash Ketchum's mentor and friend, Professor Oak. The kindly scientist gestured to a seat and then sat down at his own desk. "Well now, young man, what can I do for you? I'm here to apply for that job that you had advertised. Oh, by the way, my name's Ranma Sodom." Ranma responded. "Pikachu." Raiden nodded as it made itself comfortable on Ranma's lap. "Pleased to meet you, Ranma. I'm Professor Oak. I'm the Pokemon expert of Palette." Professor Oak nodded. "I am in need for an assistant around here. Not so much for my research, but I'm afraid that the trainers that transport their Pokemon here are sending more and more of them every day. My own grandson Gary has already transported more than a dozen since last week. It's getting to be quite overwhelming to care for all these Pokemon, and I could use a few extra helping hands." "Oh, I see." Ranma nodded as he tried to make it look like he understood. "There's that word again. Just what the heck is a Pokemon?" The scientist continued. "Although I did say that no experience is necessary, it would help if the applicant knew something about caring and raising Pokemon." He then gestured to Raiden. "Is that Pikachu yours?" Ranma nodded. "Yes. This is Raiden. He and I have been together for about 2 months now." "I see. Are you a Pokemon trainer?" Ranma became a bit edgy as his knowledge of Pokemon was all but non-existent, save for his experiences with his Pikachu. "Well, I wouldn't exactly call myself a Pokemon trainer. I have been training Raiden on how to fight though." "Ah, so what is your Pikachu capable of? What are his attacks?" Ranma became even more nervous as he replied, "Well, he can throw some lightning bolts and he's pretty fast and agile to boot, and..." Ranma's voice trailed off as he really didn't know the names of his Pokemon's attacks. Professor Oak nodded as his suspicions were confirmed. He had been expecting answers such as Thundershock or Thunderbolt. If this person didn't know that, then it was obvious that his knowledge of Pokemon in general was very shallow. He then began to suspect that this young man didn't even know what a Pokemon is, much less know that his Pikachu was a Pokemon. "Ranma, how old are you?" "I'm 16, sir." "You're 16 years old and you don't know what a Pokemon is, now do you?" Ranma flinched at Professor Oak's words, then sighed. He had been found out. There was no way that he could fake his way through this, so he took up Raiden in his arms and stood up. "I'm sorry for bothering you, Professor Oak. I guess you need someone who at least knows what a Pokemon is, if he's to help you to take care of them. Thanks for your time," and boom. The explosion caught their attention as Professor Oak turned to see what was going on. That came from the main lab. He paused for a moment, then realized something else. "Oh no. Safe. The MDP blueprints." The scientist scrambled out of his seat and headed for the room where the safe was. Ranma set his Pikachu down and followed him. Raiden scampered after his trainer. When the three of them had gotten to the main lab, they stood in amazement at the sight of the smoke and devastation of the lab. "I told you not to use the acid," Meowth screamed as he struggled to pull himself out of a pile of rubble. The lab was in a shambles and the safe was melted halfway. Unfortunately, the contents of the safe had been reduced to unrecognizable scraps. Choblock! The gigantic serpent Pokemon winced a bit and was a bit ashamed. Jessie had ordered it to use its acid to melt away the steel door to the safe. However, the acid had splashed into a cabinet that contained some flammable chemicals. The resulting explosion had destroyed half the lab, and to make matters worse, the acid had worked too well. More than half the safe had been dissolved and the last copy of the plans for the Mega Transporter Pokeball had been destroyed. Jessie and James were still coughing from the smoke of the explosion when they heard Professor Oak call out, "Just what is going on here? Who are you?" There was a brief pause and then the inevitable happened. "Prepare for trouble. Make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie. James. Team Rocket. Blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight." Meowth was still buried beneath the pile of bricks, mortar and machinery, but he managed to deliver his line. "Meowth. That's right." Professor Oak slapped his forehead and groaned. "Oh no. Not you again. Why are you here now?" Jessie smirked as she said, "Well, we were here to steal the plans to the Mega Transporter Pokeball." The scientist glanced at the destroyed safe and his eyes widened at the sight of the melted paper residue. He turned back to the villains and said sadly, "I'm afraid that it's not possible now. The acid had destroyed the last copy of the blueprints. It will take years for us to recreate the MVP from scratch." "Yes, we know," James admitted as he took out a Pokeball. "But we can't go back to the boss empty-handed. So... The professor didn't like where this conversation was going. "So we're going to steal all the Pokemon you're taking care of for those trainers," Jessie sneered. She then pointed to Raiden. "And we're going to start with that little Pikachu." She then gestured to her Arbok. "Arbok. Go!" Charbok. The serpent Pokemon lunged forward to do its master's bidding. Suddenly, the Arbok was sent flying backward as Ranma leapt up and delivered a hard side kick. His foot slammed into its head and sent it crashing through the back wall. Jessie gaped in shock as Ranma landed and took a ready stance in front of his Pikachu and Professor Oak. "What the? How dare you strike my Arbok?" Jessie was still stunned that anyone had actually gone against such a fearsome Pokemon without using another Pokemon to battle it. Ranma snarled as he said, "I don't like fighting girls, but if you think I'm going to stand here and let you take my Pikachu, then you better think again. If you want Raiden, then you'll have to get past me." Wheezing. "Go!" James threw out his Pokeball and it opened up to reveal the pollution Pokemon. Ranma's eyes widened as he gazed on the strange creature. Wheezing. Wheezing. Use your sludge attack. The mouth of the wheezing opened up and a huge spout of toxic liquid spewed forth. Ranma evaded the sludge by jumping to the side, while at the same time, pushing Professor Oak to the other side. Raiden leapt up to avoid the attack, then cut loose with a thunderbolt. Pikachu! The huge blast of electricity caught James, Jessie and Wheezing, causing their hair to stand up on end. Their bodies twitched and spasmed as more than 20,000 volts was sent through them. Ranma rolled to his feet and then began concentrating his ki. Just as Raiden's attack ended, Ranma let loose with his own shock attack. To amazed eyes of Professor Oak and the horrified eyes of Team Rocket, the big-tailed martial artist let go with another sizzling bolt of electricity. This attack wasn't as strong as Raiden's, but it was enough to give Team Rocket another jolting experience. The three were sent flying through the hole in the wall that Arbok had made and tumbled down the hill. The Y fell on their faces near a recovering Arbok. Ranma and Raiden followed their adversaries out the hole and down the hill. When they reached the bottom, Jessie and James had just gotten to their feet. Seeing Ranma and his Pokémon take up fighting stances, Jessie pushed away her confusion over the martial artist's unexpected power and directed her Arbok to attack. Arbok. Poison sting needles. The Arbok opened its mouth and began spitting out thin needles at Ranma and Raiden. Ranma swerved to the right while his Pikachu moved to the left. However, they had failed to notice that they had been standing in front of a water storage tank. The needles punctured the tank and sent water spraying everywhere. Unfortunately for Ranma, he was caught by one of the sprays and that water was cold. Ranma-chan winced as she felt herself transform. As her hair turned red and her body became more curved, she leapt up and delivered a reverse spin kick to down the Arbok. "Huh? You're a girl?" Jessie said in surprise. "I ain't a girl." Ranma-chan spat out as she dealt the Arbok a blow to the head, laying it low. James had just turned around to direct his wheezing when he saw a fiery-haired beauty take down Jessie's Pokémon. "Wow! Who's that?" He was so entranced by how cute she looked that he didn't see Raiden powering up his key abilities. When he finally noticed the blue energies that were being emitted by the Pikachu, it was too late. Pikachu. A bolt of ki energy was launched from the Pikachu's outstretched paws and slammed into the wheezing like a sledgehammer. The noxious Pokémon was sent flying and tumbled to the ground in a daze. Wheezing. Oof. James called after his Pokémon, but was stopped short as Ranma-chan slammed an elbow to his gut, then followed through with a punch to the face. Though her strength wasn't as great as it was when she was in her male form, she still packed quite a wallop. James went sprawling. It was like being hit by a Slowbro's mega punch. Just as Ranma-chan moved forward to finish him off, something jumped, hit her from behind and began scratching at her back. Ranma-chan yelped as she reached behind and grabbed at her. Ranma-chan's blood became cold and a shiver went down her spine. She swallowed hard as she pulled off whatever was on her back and held it up to look at it. Meowth scowled at her and said, "Listen up, Toots. Nobody beats up on Jesse and James but me. You got that?" He then leapt onto his head and began biting it. Why? Raven, Jesse, James, Arbok, wheezing and Professor Oak turned their heads to the sound of Ranma-chan's scream. They were more than surprised to see the martial artist start running around like a chicken with its head cut off. On her head. Meowth was still clamped onto her head. "Get it off. Get it off. Get it off. CC cat." Jesse and James could only stare in amazement as Ranma-chan ran about in circles, frantically waving her arms and shouting. After watching this exhibition for a few moments, Jesse smiled evilly and said, "Well now, it looks like we don't have to worry about her. She seems to have a fear of cats." "Afraid of cats?" James asked in confusion. Jesse nodded while giving him a smug look. "Yes. Now there's nothing to stop us from stealing all the Pokemon here." She then indicated to Raven, who was still watching its trainer as she went through her hysterics. "Let's grab that Pikachu. It's already shown that it's more valuable than that little twerps. Let's go." James agreed. Meanwhile, Ranma-chan was still running about with Meowth still holding onto her face. Inside of her, the fragile tether to her sanity was being stretched to its breaking point. Finally, after a few more moments of sheer terror, the tether snapped. Meowth didn't know what was going on when Ranma-chan suddenly dropped to all fours, but he did get a sinking feeling when he heard her meow. At this time, Team Rocket had Raiden and Professor Oak backed against the side of a side wall. Raiden began powering up his key. It wasn't going to be separated from its new trainer. It was then that he and all the others saw something being tossed to the ground. The bundle rolled to a stop and Jesse and James looked down at their feet. There was Meowth, dazed and beaten. His body was littered with hundreds of little scratches and it looked like he had been put through a cheese grater. His eyes were glazed and he let out a pathetic little moan. "Meowth, what happened to you?" Jesse asked. It was then that they heard a sound. It was low and sounded like the warning sounds of a wounded and cornered cat. They slowly turned around and saw her. There was Ranma-chan on all fours and snarling like an angry cat. Her eyes were bloodshot and reflected the rage within. Without any further warning, Ranma-chan leapt toward them and began dealing out massive amounts of pain. OW. YOWDCH. Ouch. Slash. Cut grind. Slice. Yow. Whoa. Hold on. FFFT. Slash. 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 OWIE. OWDCH. YOWZA. The entire mauling was soon enveloped in a cloud of dust as Ranma-chan shredded Team Rocket. Professor Oak and Raiden winced as they heard the villains scream out in pain. Then, In one massive explosion of fury, the bad guys and their Pokemon were sent flying. Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again. After seeing Team Rocket disappear in the sky, Professor Oak and Raiden stared down at Ranma-chan. She was still on all fours and seemed to have calmed down. It was then that she caught sight of the Pikachu. Seeing such a huge mouse in her sights, the Nakoken fighter could only think of one thing: dinner time. She leapt up and tried to pounce on Raiden. The little Pikachu couldn't understand why its trainer was suddenly attacking it, but it had to defend itself. In the instant before Ranma-chan could get her claws on him, the electric rodent let loose with a bolt of electricity. Pikachu! Ranma-chan screamed out in pain as the voltage hit her. Her body twitched and went through a series of convulsions before she fell to the ground in a daze. Then her body went still. Pika! Raiden ran toward his master, hoping that his electric attack hadn't harmed her too much. He landed on her stomach and placed an ear to her breast. A moment later, he let off a sigh of relief as he was rewarded with the sound of a heartbeat. A minute later, he heard a moan. Woo! Ranma-chan slowly came back to consciousness as he felt something on her chest. Focusing her eyes on whatever was leaning over her chest, she was soon smiling as she saw the familiar face of her Pokemon. Hey Raiden. What happened? I was hoping that you would tell me, Ranma. Ranma-chan looked up and saw Professor Oak standing over her and Raiden. She didn't understand the look of confusion on his face until she noted that he was staring at her chest. Looking down at herself, she saw that she was in her cursed form. She then remembered the fight and said, I guess I owe you an explanation. Professor Oak nodded as he said, now there's an understatement. Sometime later, Ranma and his Pikachu were in an undamaged lab of the compound as he had finished his entire life story, the curse, how he arrived in this world and the events following his arrival. When Ranma had finished, Professor Oak was more than impressed. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I would have never believed that you were from an alternate Earth if I hadn't seen those other things. Although, your being from another world would explain why you don't know anything about Pokemon. I've been meaning to ask you, Professor. Just what are Pokemon? The scientist smiled as they were on a subject that he excelled at. Pokemon are the special creatures of this world. They possess many amazing abilities and they are very intelligent to boot. Your Pikachu is an example of a Pokemon. Hope want that Raiden. Really? Ranma gazed at Raiden. Pikachu. Raiden smiled at his trainer's surprise. Yes. Hope continued with his explanations. The creatures that you saw with Team Rocket were also Pokemon. Even that talking Meowth. Ranma shivered at the thought of that talking cat. So, these Pokemon are what everyone are always talking about? Yes. You see, Pokemon are an integral part of our way of life. Some people use them to aid them in their jobs, while others may just keep them as pets. However, the people who are most interested in Pokemon are researchers such as myself, breeders and trainers. I thought that you were a trainer when I saw your Pikachu battle Team Rocket. I must admit, your Pokemon is very powerful. Ranma smiled as his pride came to the surface. Well, thanks. I'd like to think that I was a good sensei to him. He did so much for me and he helped me a lot ever since I arrived in this world. With all the craziness and the curse to deal with, Raiden was the only one I could turn to for comfort. Speaking of your curse, would you mind showing it to me again? Hocast. Well, Ranma had grown used to the curse but he still did not like it when he became a girl. Why would you want to see it again? I would like to study it and try to figure out just how it can cause such a radical change in form. From what I've seen so far, it resembles the process in which a Pokemon undergoes when it evolves to a higher stage. Hey, I don't want to end up as some guinea pig. Ranma spat out. The scientist raised a hand and said in a calm voice, "You misunderstand me, Ranma. I'm not going to dissect you or subject you to any kind of experiment that would harm you. I certainly won't tell anyone about it as I can see that it makes you very uncomfortable. If I were in your shoes, I'd feel the same way. What I'm proposing is that you allow me to study your curse and try to figure out its mechanisms. You see, there's a chance that I might be able to find a way for you to control it, perhaps even cure you completely." "Really?" Ranma's interest went up. "Yes. And I believe that whatever information I get would be of value toward my own studies on Pokemon evolution. I would also like to know how you were able to copy the attacks of a Pikachu and a Meowth. In return, I'll help you to control your curse and even try to help you get back to your world. So you see, we both benefit from this. So how about it?" Well, Ranma was still unsure about it all. Hope then decided to sweeten the deal. "Tell you what, Ranma. Do you still want that job? I do have a spare room on the compound that you can use, and while you're here, I can teach you all about Pokemon. You can help me with tending the Pokemon. I'll even throw in free meals and board. It's the least I can do for you." After you and Raiden drove off Team Rocket and saved all the Pokemon. "What do you say?" Ranma thought about it for some more. What did he have to lose? It wasn't as if he had any better offers. A few more minutes passed before Ranma nodded his assent. A month later, Ranma entered the rebuilt main lab where Professor Oak was waiting for him. Behind him, Raiden trotted alongside of him. The scientist was sitting at a table with several glasses of ice water and a tea kettle. "You wanted to see me, Professor Oak?" "Yes, Ranma. I have some good news for you. After scanning your body through the spectrographic analyzer, I had discovered something about your water-activated curse." "What about it?" "Well, I compared your transformation to that of a water Pokemon when it evolves. Amazingly enough, the energies are very similar. Apparently, your curse has all the same characteristics of a water Pokemon's evolving energies when it moves up to the next stage. However, unlike a water Pokemon, your curse is highly unstable, which explains why you are affected by hot and cold water. You need something to stabilize the curse's energy field so that you'll stay in one form. Here. Hulk reached into a drawer and pulled out a small object and handed it to Ranma. Ranma looked down and recognized it. A water stone. This is used to evolve water-type Pokemon. What's that got to do with my curse? Hulk smiled as he picked up a glass of ice water and splashed Ranma in the face. Sputter. Hey, what was that for? It was then that he looked down at himself and saw that he had not changed into his cursed form. He then noticed that the water stone in his hand was glowing slightly. He looked up in confusion at Professor Oak. Oak smiled as he said, "As I suspected. The water stone's inner energies are stabilizing your curse. So long as that stone is in close proximity with you, your curse will not be affected by water temperature. If you were a girl and holding that stone, then hot water wouldn't change you into a boy." Ranma began to smile as the implications began to set in. No longer would Ranma have to worry about being caught in an embarrassing situation whenever the wrong type of water splashed him. It wasn't a total cure, but it was a lot better. "All right. This is great. Thanks, Professor." "You're welcome, Ranma. Man, I can't wait to see Pop's face when I show him this." Ranma picked up his Pikachu and happily swung him around. Raiden squeaked with joy at his master's happiness. It was then that Professor Oak frowned. He had hoped that the discovery of a partial cure for his curse would make him forget about that other problem of his. Unfortunately, the latest data had come in and there was no way around it. Hulk sighed as he said, "Ranma, there is something else I should be telling you. I wish that it would be under better circumstances, but..." Ranma's happy mood was cut short as he set Raiden down. "What is it, Professor Oak?" Hulk sighed again as he said, "Sit down, Ranma." When Ranma did so, Hulk gave him the bad news. "I'm afraid that the latest reports have come in. After you told me about how you got here, I came to suspect it was due to the Mega Transporter Pokeball implosion a few months back." "Yeah, so? You told me about that already. So what's wrong?" "Well, I'm afraid that it's going to be a lot harder than I thought to duplicate the accident that transported you to our world. There were several unknown factors that were involved, and I'm afraid that without the blueprints to the device, it will take our scientists years to reconstruct a new prototype. And even then, we can't be sure if it'll work. Years. I'm going to be stuck here. Maybe forever." Ranma's eyes widened as the truth sank in. He began to look deeply into the scientist's face, hoping that he was joking. Hope's serious expression told him he was not. Ranma couldn't believe it. After finally finding a way to control his curse, he was now faced with the possibility of never returning home. "I'm sorry, Ranma." Ranma neither heard nor cared about Oak's apology as he turned and bolted from the laboratory in frustration. Raiden followed after his master. Later that night, Professor Oak knocked on the door to Ranma's room. "Go away." Ranma's voice sounded subdued. Professor Oak shook his head as he turned the knob and entered the room. Ranma was sitting on his bed with his knees folded up against his chest. One arm was on his knees while he was using the other arm to absently stroke Raiden's head. His expression was one of sorrow and depression as he barely glanced at Oak and said, "I said go away." Oak shook his head as he said, "Ranma, I know you feel bad about not being able to go home anytime soon, but moping about it won't help. I'm working on the problem, but you can't expect me to have the answer in an instant. As I told you, it's going to take a few years, and I'd hate to see you wasting your time like this when you could be doing something more productive. I've seen some great potential within you, and I won't have you waste it. It's time you started to take control of your life and perhaps make a future for yourself." Ranma raised his head and said, "What future do I have?" Holt took out a sheet of paper from his lab coat and placed it on the bed in front of Ranma. Ranma glanced at the paper and asked, "What's that?" "It's an application form for getting a Pokemon trainer's license. I'm a martial artist, not a Pokemon trainer. Why would I want to be a Pokemon trainer? I can fight my own battles." Hope shook his head and replied, "No, I don't believe that. You may be an excellent martial artist, but you've also got an extraordinary talent for teaching and handling Pokemon. Your Pikachu has gotten so powerful that I'd expect it to win against an Onix with both eyes closed and using no electric attacks. I've also seen you handle the other Pokemon in the compound. You've got a natural gift for raising Pokemon. Why not put that gift to good use?" Ranma was about to protest when the scientist stopped him with a raised hand. "Now I know that you think that it's slavery by keeping Pokemon in Pokeballs and making them battle, but think of it this way. You said it yourself that you liked to think of yourself as Raiden's sensei. By training other Pokemon to fight, you fulfill that role as a teacher. You also learn about others as well as yourself. It would be a good way for you to train. Wouldn't you like to be able to do other attacks as well? Besides, you might just start to like to raising Pokemon." Ranma had to smile at that. Training with Raiden had been good. Besides, going out to catch and train Pokemon will give you something to do. I said that there might be a chance to send you home. All is not lost. Besides, it's not like you had anything else better to do." Ranma said nothing but nodded. "Well, Ranma, I can't tell you how you run your life, but please think about it." The kindly scientist then quietly left the room. Ranma stared for a long time at the sheet of paper, then directed his gaze to his Pokemon. The little electric mouse gazed back at him with questioning eyes. "A trainer, huh? What do you think, Raiden? Should I do it?" Raiden thought about it for a moment, then said while nodding, Pikachu die." He wanted to go out in the world. Professor Oak's compound was a nice place, but the electric Pokemon had felt confined. He missed the days when he and Ranma were traveling free on the road. He also wanted to test his new skills against other Pokemon, and perhaps even compete in the famous Pokemon League. He was not allowed to battle the other Pokemon in the compound. Raiden had also noticed that his trainer had become listless and was suffering from homesickness. A Pokemon journey might be just the thing to cure him of his depression. Ranma nodded at his Pikachu's opinion and then picked up the application form. Reaching over to a table near his bed, he picked up a pencil and began filling out the form. A week later, Ranma hefted his backpack as he and Raiden prepared to leave Professor Oak's compound. "Are you sure you'll be okay by yourself, Professor Oak?" "Oh, it's no problem, Ranma. I've already gotten someone else to take your place in helping handle the Pokemon. I'm just glad that you took my advice to become a trainer." He then held out a few items. "Here are your Pokeballs and your Pokedex. It's already been upgraded with the latest information on the newest Pokemon discoveries. Now do you have my number?" Ranma nodded as he opened the device and pointed it at Raiden. The sensor on the top of the Pokedex scanned him and began its programmed response. *DIKCHU. A mouse Pokemon of the electric type. When several Pikachu gather together, they have been known to cause storms and electrical blackouts. Its strongest electric attacks include Thunderbolt and THUNDERSHOCK. It is able to shock with a maximum of 10,000 volts. Ranma smirked as he said, "I think you'd better update this Pokedex a bit more. Last I checked, Raiden has been able to get up to 95,000 volts. He could almost match the Raichu. He's also got other electric attacks that you don't know about." Oak smiled back as he said, "With you training Raiden, I wouldn't doubt it. In any case, keep in touch and good luck, Ranma." "Thanks, Professor." He looked down at the pendant around his neck. The scientist had later discovered that a small fragment of a water stone was sufficient enough to keep Ranma's curse in check, and it had made a necklace for him. The martial artist then looked down at Raiden. Raiden smiled up at his trainer as he used a paw to pat the new headband he was wearing. Ranma had made it a few days earlier, just after he had received his trainer's license. The band was made of a strip of soft white cloth and it had the yin/yang symbol emblazoned on the front. It also had yellow lightning bolts circling the symbol. "Pikachu." Ranma nodded as he waved goodbye to Professor Oak and started running. Raiden leapt high and landed on the top of Ranma's backpack as they began making their way toward their first destination, Viridian City. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that's all I'm going to do for the expansion to Fist of the Pikachu. Give me some comments on whether this should be the winner of Son of the Bet. As for when this story took place, Ranma had arrived at the Pokemon world about a few weeks before the Pokemon League Championships. By the time he got to Professor Oak, the competition was already over and Ash had been sent to get the GS Pokeball. Chapter 4 Chapter 4 Wind Rider and Wildfire Fist of the Pikachu. Chapter 4 Wind Rider and Wildfire. Ranma and Raiden were traveling along a dirt road that was going through the forest near Pallet Town. It had been 2 days since Ranma had left Professor Oak's compound and started on his Pokemon journey. Since then, he had been trying his best to follow the rules of being a Pokemon trainer, but it had not been easy. Apparently, he had begun to have second thoughts about becoming a Pokemon trainer. The day before, Ranma and his Pikachu were just setting up camp when Raiden spotted something and tugged at Ranma's shirt to get his attention. "Huh? What is it, Raiden?" Pika. Ranma looked to where the electric mouse was indicating and saw a bird that landed nearby. Ranma wondered what all the fuss was about. Then his Pikachu tapped the pocket where he kept his Pokédex. "Huh? Is that a Pokemon?" Pika. Raiden nodded. Ranma opened up the device and pointed at the bird. *DIDGE. A bird Pokemon of the flying type. These Pokemon have a pleasant demeanor and are easy to catch for beginners. Its attack coincidental send, whirlwind and gust. Well, Ranma wasn't too sure if he wanted to catch such a gentle-looking creature. He certainly didn't like the idea of using Raiden to battle it and then use a Pokeball to capture it after it was weakened. He had been taught not to pick on the weak. Pikachu. Raiden was more than ready to battle and test his new abilities. Ranma sighed as he gave Raiden the go-ahead with a nod. This was why he was out here in the first place. The little electric Pokemon wasted no time as it charged the Pidgey. The bird noted the sudden rustling of the grass and saw Raiden coming at it with its cheek pouches sparking. When it saw the human standing behind it a few meters away, it immediately realized that Ranma was a Pokemon trainer. It then took to the air. To the Pidgey's surprise, Raiden had not automatically released his electric attack. Instead, the Pikachu leapt high into the air and the Pidgey found itself looking up at its opponent. The electric rodent had leapt more than 25 feet. Raiden then seemed to defy gravity as it turned and twisted in midair. Just as Pidgey came to the same height as Raiden, the Pikachu moved forward and began delivering several kicks and punches to the bird. Pidgey was caught off guard to a mid-air physical assault from an electric mouse and was stunned for several seconds. That was all Raiden needed as he gracefully landed back on the ground and let loose with a light thunderbolt attack. Pikachu. The lightning hit the Pidgey dead on and the bird fell to the ground in a daze. Ranma nodded at Raiden's performance. He had demonstrated his aerial skills as mid-air combat was a specialty of the Sodom school of the anything goes martial arts. As he watched the bird plummet toward the ground, he let off another depressed sigh as he reached around his belt, pulled out a Pokeball and pressed the activator button. The device expanded to its full size and with a casual toss, Ranma sent it up toward the Pidgey. The Pokeball struck the Pidgey lightly and opened up. The bird's form glowed with an eerie light, then it was instantly sucked into the capture device. The Pokeball closed up and landed lightly on the ground. Ranma looked at the activator button and waited. When the button turned from red to white, the capture was complete. Pidgey was his. Ranma stared at the Pokeball for a long while as he thought about the capture meant. By all rights, he should feel proud at his first Pokemon catch. Unlike regular trainers, Raiden had needed no instruction from him in this battle, and had demonstrated that Ranma's martial arts training was effective. But it had been too easy. Pidgey had never stood a chance against Raiden's superior skills, and Ranma felt badly about sending Raiden after it with no real cause other than to catch it. Pikachu, Raiden said happily as he ran up to the feet of its trainer. Ranma said nothing as he continued to gaze at the Pokeball. Hi, Pikachu? Ranma finally noticed his friend when it started tugging at his pants. He looked down at the slightly puzzled expression of his Pokemon, then gave him a small smile. Oh, you did a good job, Raiden. I guess Pidgey should be. Ooh. Well, it was then that he huffed in frustration as an image of the injured Pidgey came across in his mind. Nuts. I can't do it. Pika. I'm sorry, Raiden. You did a great job, but I just can't do it. Ranma walked over to the Pokeball, picked it up and then tossed it up in the air. Pidgey, come out. The Pokeball split open and the bird Pokemon was released. It fluttered to the ground and landed in front of the Ranma and Raiden. The martial artist frowned as he saw the injuries that Pidgey had sustained in its battle with his Pikachu. The winged Pokemon stared at its new trainer and waited for its orders. The big-tailed martial artist pointed to the sky and said, "Go. You're free." I'm sorry that we attacked you. Pidge. The bird Pokemon was confused. Pidgey wasn't the only one who was confused. Pikachu. Ranma repeated himself, this time a little more forcefully. Go. You're free. Pidgey was still a little confused at the human's actions, but it was a command. Flapping its wings, it took to the air. A minute later, it had disappeared from sight. Pikachu. Raiden couldn't believe it. All that hard work, and all for nothing. It became a little steamed at his trainer's reluctance and turned to give him a piece of his mind. When he looked up at Ranma, the electric mouse's irritation faded when it saw that Ranma was sad. He was trying very hard to hold back his tears. Raiden's trainer said not a word as he went back to the campsite. The present, Pikachu? Ranma still didn't comprehend his Pokemon's dialect, but he could guess at what he was saying at the moment. You're probably asking me why I let that Pidgey go, right? From his position atop Ranma's backpack, Raiden nodded. Ranma sighed as he said, I think it was a mistake to become a Pokemon trainer. Pikachu. I just couldn't do it. It didn't feel right for me to put that Pidgey into that Pokeball. I mean, you did hurt that Pidgey pretty bad, didn't you? Raiden paused to consider it. It had to admit that it was too easy. His new skills had made his far more formidable. That Pidgey had not stood a chance. And I really felt bad when I put it in that Pokeball. I just couldn't go through with it. I was trained to be a martial artist. I'm supposed to protect the weak. Now here I am, catching Pokemon by awakening them and putting them in Pokeballs. It feels like I'm collecting slaves. It seems like I'm going against everything that I was taught. Raiden was about to protest, but then thought about it. Like some Pokemon, he didn't like to be confined. He could understand Ranma's reluctance to capture Pokemon. However, that was what trainers do. That was the reason why they were out here. Raiden was registered as his Pokemon and now they must catch and train other Pokemon so that they could achieve their best potential. Raiden had already exceeded the limits of a normal Pikachu. Pikachu. Ranma shook his head sadly as they continued on to Viridian City. Unknown to both of them, flying high above them, the same Pidgey that Ranma had caught earlier was quietly following them. It had become intrigued at the behavior of this Pokemon trainer and his Pikachu. The human showed genuine regret over having his Pokemon attack it and had set it free. This, and the fact that the Pikachu had displayed some extraordinary skills, had caught the bird's interest. If that human could train his electric mouse in mid-air combat, then it was possible that Pidgey could learn some new tricks as well. There was something about the human that made him unique and the Pidgey wanted to know what it was. It was near sundown as Ranma and Raiden set up camp for the night. During the day, Ranma had passed up several opportunities to capture Pokemon. Raiden had become exasperated when his trainer refused to send him out to battle Venomoth, a Beedrill, a Gloom and an Nidoran. Although he understood Ranma's reluctance, Raiden was getting frustrated. At this rate, it would be a long time before they would have the minimum of 6 Pokemon that all trainers were supposed to have. Raiden wanted to see if his new martial arts and key techniques were effective against other Pokemon and his trainer wasn't cooperating. As he sat by the campfire, Ranma noted the mood that Raiden was in and said, "I'm sorry Raiden. I know that I'm supposed to catch Pokemon, but I just can't bring myself to do it. Maybe you'd be better off with another trainer." Raiden's features softened at the saddened expression of his friend. Its frustration was forgotten as it moved forward and nuzzled against Ranma's leg. Pika. The electric shook his head. He wouldn't have any other trainer. Ranma had saved his life and taught him things that he would have never achieved on his own. They had been through too much together and Raiden wasn't going to abandon him now. Ranma smiled as he stroked his Pikachu behind his ears. It was then that he heard a noise. His Pokemon also heard it as both turned their heads toward the sound of a horse. Momentarily forgetting the current crisis, the two raced off toward the sound. As they got closer toward the sound, they reached the edge of the forest and saw something that was bulking about. Nearby, 2 large and pearly-looking boys were pulling hard on ropes that were tied around the horse's neck. The horse itself was a sight as its mane and tail flickered and glowed like flames. He could also see smaller flames near its hooves. Its body was a light green color and when Ranma looked closer, he could see several marks and bruises. Whatever it was, it had been fighting hard to avoid capture. Ranma brought out his Pokédex. *DOMYTA. A horse Pokemon of the fire element. Its hair is actually made of living flame and it is very difficult to tame even for expert trainers. Ranma was astounded at the sight of such a magnificent animal as he watched the three boys pull hard on the ropes. He wondered why the ropes were not catching on fire. Then suddenly, a fourth boy appeared and threw a large, weighted net over Tonika. "I got him!" the newcomer shouted as the net covered Tonika and brought it down. The first boy smiled as he and the others converged on the downed horse and began securing the lines and nets. He said, "Beauty." The second boy said as he secured Tonika's hind legs. "Man, I can't wait to take this one back home. He's going to do great in the Pokemon League." Making those ropes and net out of asbestos was a good idea. The third boy said as he tightened the ropes and netting round Tonika's neck. Ranma became sickened at the sounds of Tonika's cries of pain and suffering. The sight of those boys beating on such a magnificent animal was more than Ranma could bear. Without a second thought, the big-tailed martial artist started charging toward them. Sensing that this could turn into something ugly, Raiden quickly scampered after his impulsive trainer. Far above them, in a nearby tree, Pidgey watched with interest. "Watch it, you guys!" the first boy yelled as Tonika let off a stream of flame from its mane. "I got it covered," the second boy said as he brought out a Pokeball. "Cool him off with your water cannons, Blastoise." The Pokeball opened up and the final evolved form of a squirt appeared. The upper sections of its shell opened up to reveal two huge nozzles that pivoted toward the downed Tonika. Twin streams of water shot out and doused the fire horse. Tonika let off a shriek of pain as it felt its flames begin to die under the massive torrent of water. Huge clouds of steam rose up as the horse desperately tried to raise the temperature of its flames to keep them from being extinguished. "Stop it, you idiot!" the first boy yelled. "If Tonika's flames are put out, then it'll die." The second boy held up the Pokeball and recalled his Blastoise. Blastoise returned. After the turtle Pokemon was recalled, the three boys carefully began approaching their soggy catch. Tonika groaned and whimpered as it laid on its side. Its mane and tail were flickering, narrow flames, and it seemed as if they would disappear any moment. The flames near its hooves had been reduced to pitiful embers. Added to the other injuries it had sustained during the battle, the outlook did not look good. Dogsies! All that trouble and 3 weeks of work down the drain. "This is all your fault," the first boy shouted to the second. "Hey, I'm sorry," the second boy said. "But I couldn't think of anything else to do." "You jerk," the third boy said. "We spent 3 weeks tracking this Tonika, not mention the trouble it took to make those fireproof ropes and nets. I said I was sorry. What more do you want? You stupid jerk. I ought to. Hey! Leave that Tonika alone." The 3 boys turned and saw Ranma running up toward them. Raiden was hot on his trainer's heels. When the two came to the scene, they stopped and gasped at the sight. Tonika's flames were nearly out and it was bleeding from several open wounds. "Who the heck are you?" The first boy asked. "But out, pal, if you know what's good for you." The second boy said, "This is our catch, so get lost." The third boy added. Ranma couldn't believe the condition Ponyta was in, remembering what Professor Oak had told him about various fire-type Pokemon. He said, "Ponyta won't last through the night. Its flames are nearly out. It needs to be brought to a Pokemon Center, now." The three toughs became more angered at being told what to do. The first boy brought out a Pokeball and yelled, "We don't need some know-it-all telling us what to do. Looks like we're going to have to teach you to keep your nose out of other people's business. Golem, go!" The Pokeball released the rock-type Pokemon, which appeared before them. The creature resembled a giant boulder with arms and legs. Its head pooped out of the front and it stared at its opponents with its beady little eyes. Golem. Oh. Ranma took out his Pokédex. Asterisk Golem. A rock-type Pokemon. Golem is the evolved form of Graveler. Every year it sheds his outer skin and grows larger. Its skin is tough enough to withstand a bomb. Ranma took a battle stance and prepared to attack it. It was then that Raiden tugged at his pants leg, causing him to look down. "Pikachu! Pika Pika! You want to do this?" Ranma asked as he looked deep into his Pokemon's eyes. "Pika." Raiden nodded as he hopped forward and faced off against the Golem. Ranma was about to protest, but then thought about how much Raiden wanted to prove his skills in battle. Though Ranma preferred to fight his own battles, he could understand the electric rodent's desire to fight. After all those missed opportunities to catch Pokemon, Raiden was entitled to this battle. Nodding his head, Ranma resigned himself to the role of directing his Pokemon in the battle. Besides, Ponyta was fading fast and they had to get it away from these boys as soon as possible. "Okay, Raiden. Let's do it." When the Golem's trainer saw the Pikachu with the white headband, he gave off a short laugh. "Ha! And you call yourself a trainer? Everyone knows that electric-type Pokemon are weak against rock types. Golem, take them out with your rolling attack. Golem." The Golem retracted its limbs and head and began tumbling toward Raiden at a fast clip. The ground rumbled as the massive Pokemon rolled toward Raiden with the intent on flattening the electric mouse into a yellow pancake. Ranma nodded to Raiden. Raiden understood his trainer's silent command and began focusing his ki. The three boys stared in amazement as they saw the Pikachu glow with a blue aura. The light began to intensify as Golem neared it. Just as the Golem was about to crush Raiden, the Pokemon leapt high in a spectacular jump to evade it. The trainer of the Golem and his two friends looked up in shock as the Pikachu rose to a height of 25 feet. As Raiden reached the apex of his jump, he brought his paws forward and aimed them down at the area in front of the still rolling Golem. "Aridian. Ki blast. Pikachu." Ranma smiled as Raiden released a small, blue ball of energy at the ground where the Golem was about to roll onto. The energy impacted the ground with a large detonation, causing a ditch to be formed. The golem went crashing down into the depression and ceased rolling, its forward momentum halted by the sudden appearance of the ditch. Finding itself wedged in the hole, the rock Pokemon extended its limbs and head and began to pull itself out. Just as it got back onto level ground, Raiden landed behind it and took a stance. When Golem turned around, Ranma gave out the final command. Ariadian. Estionibihariaker quick attack. Pikachu. The little electric rodent charged at its larger opponent with lightning-fast speed. Before the slow-moving golem could begin to even defend itself, Raiden was already upon it. Using his agility to avoid the clumsy flailing of its arms, Raiden began zipping back and forth, making many passes at the golem. Every time he passed it, he delivered several key-enhanced strikes to its rocky surface. The Pokemon was moving far too fast for the three boys to follow, and all they could hear were the sounds of something striking the golem's body. A few seconds later, Raiden completed his attack and landed in front of Ranma in a ready stance. For a long while, no one spoke. The golem was standing with a confused look on its face. "Ha! Cute trick, but your Pikachu didn't do nothing to my golem." The first boy scoffed as he saw that his Pokemon was unharmed. "Oh really?" Ranma said with a smirk. He then pointed to the golem. The three boys looked back at the golem and their expressions paled. The rock Pokemon let off a long and pitiful moan as it began to experience a new sensation, pain. Its massive body shook as cracks began to form on its skin. Large chips and shards of its protective armor fell to the ground. Its arms and head had bruises and bumps forming on them as the results of Raiden's attack were made visible. Raiden had struck Golem in strategic areas of its body, making certain that each strike either hit a vulnerable spot, like the legs, arms and head, or caused the skin to crack under the strain. One moment later, the golem toppled forward to the ground. The ground shook slightly as more than a ton of rock Pokemon came crashing down. "Go, Lem." Half a second later, Golem was out like a light. "Golem." The trainer couldn't believe that an electric rat had felled his mighty golem. "I don't believe it," the second boy said. "Impossible," the third boy shouted. Ranma took a stance to match that of Raiden's and spoke again. This time, his voice was low and deadly. "That was just a small sample of what Raiden can do. I think it's fair to warn you that I'm no pushover either." Ranma began focusing his own ki. Raiden followed suit and the two were soon glowing with blue ores. This was not lost on the toughs who thought that a Pikachu was no match for a golem. They began to back away as they each pulled out a Pokeball. "Last chance, boys. Either clear out now and leave this ponytail alone, or else we're not scared of you," the first boy said defiantly, although he and his friends were trembling like leaves. "Yeah," the other two boys said as they prepared to launch their own Pokemon. Ranma frowned as he and Raiden prepared to let loose with their ki. Meanwhile, Pidgey had seen enough. It had been very impressed at the way Raiden had defeated the golem. The Pikachu and his trainer were very special. Furthermore, this human and his Pokemon were risking their own safety to save an injured Ponyta from the cruelty of those three boys. The compassion being demonstrated was more than enough to convince the Pidgey that Ranma and Raiden were of a good sort. With that in mind, Pidgey decided to help them. It took off from the tree it was perched on and began flying toward the scene. It was at the time the three boys were about to release their Pokemon. You may have beaten Golem, but there's no way we're going to give a power catch to you. Let's go, guys. Right, the other boys said as they all reared back to throw their Pokemon. Then suddenly, they heard a squawking and looked up to see something diving at them. Pidgey swooped down and buzzed the boys, before taking off into the sky again. The sudden attack caused them to drop their Pokeballs. Ranma and Raiden were a bit puzzled at why a Pidgey would suddenly attack their opponents, but they weren't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Hurriedian. Dual shock attack. Raiden nodded as he began charging up his cheek pouches. Ranma focused a ball of ki in his palms and pulled his hands back. The blue energy began changing to yellow and crackled as power within was being converted. Just as the boys got over their surprise, they looked up and their faces lost all their color at the sight before them. Pikachu. At the same time that Raiden released his electric attack, Ranma let loose with a blast of his own. After practicing this move for months, the twin bolts of lightning were perfectly coordinated and Ponyta's tormentors were subjected to more than 40,000 volts. The boys screamed out in pain as their bodies twitched and flopped about. When the voltage ran its course, the mean teenagers were sprawled out on the ground. Their hair was frazzled and their clothes were badly singed. They let off a series of painful moans as they looked up and saw an angry Pokemon trainer and his Pikachu preparing for another blast. They knew when enough was enough. I'm out of here. They can't have that, Ponyta. Wait for me. Ranma and Raiden relaxed in their stances as they watched their opponents pick up their Pokeballs and make a mad dash from the scene. The first boy lingered for a moment longer to recall his fallen golem before hightailing it. After the boys had left, Ranma and Raiden rushed to the side of the fallen Ponyta. Later that night, Ranma carefully began applying an herbal remedy to a bandage before wrapping it around one of Ponyta's legs. The injured Pokemon was lying on its side as Ranma tended to its wounds. It had been a difficult first few hours as it had been quite skittish and didn't want to be near another human. Ranma could understand its reluctance to be near him, but it needed help. With Viridian City still more than 4 days away, he had to make do with the medical supplies in his pack and the training in Pokemon First Aid that he had learned from Professor Oak. Even though he was only trying to help it and had no intention to catch it, Ponyta was still suspicious and would try to burn him whenever he got close. Ranma had been forced to tie it down with the fireproof ropes so that he could help. During his administrations, Ranma had discerned that Ponyta was a male stallion and a very young one at that. After many attempts and several burns later, Ranma was almost finished with his treatments. This was the last bandage. The fire horse flinched a bit as the stinging solution seeped into his injury, causing his flames to flare a bit. Ranma grit his teeth, as the living flames brushed against his arm. A moment later, Donita calmed down and the big-tailed martial artist managed to secure the bandage before getting out a canteen and dousing his arm with water. "Yow! That's smarts," Ranma commented as the cool waters ran over the burn. He looked down at the injured Pokemon and saw that Donita was still trembling. However, he was not making any sudden movements and was at least tolerating Ranma's attempts to help him. When the burning sensation stopped, Ranma sat down and let off a tired sigh. Looking up at the Donita, he said in an exhausted voice, "You are making it any easier, Donita. I told you that I'm only trying to help. I don't wanna catch you." Upon hearing this statement, Donita stopped struggling and looked at Ranma with a puzzled expression. He let off a confused sound and stared at him. Ranma nodded as he sighed. "Look, if I wanted to catch you, then I would have put you in a Pokeball a long time ago. You were pretty weak when Raiden and me found you. I don't think that it's right to do that to you. So lay off with the fire, okay?" Donita continued to stare at the human for a long time. He was bewildered at the human's actions. He was certain that the big-tailed martial artist was a Pokemon trainer. Why else would he be carrying a Pokédex, Pokeballs and have a Pikachu obey his commands? With the fire horse in such bad shape, it would be child's play for Ranma to capture him. So why wasn't he? It seemed as if he was totally disgusted with the idea. After a long moment, Donita decided to relax a bit. Ranma nodded as he saw Donita calm down. It was then that Raiden popped his head out of Ranma's backpack. "Pikachu." Ranma smiled as he said, "Did you find them?" Raiden nodded as he disappeared into the pack. A moment later, several cans of Pokemon Chow were ejected from it and landed near Ranma's feet. Raiden came out of the pack afterwards. Ranma smiled as he set about making dinner. 10 minutes later, Raiden was happily munching on a plate of food. In front of Donita, Ranma had placed a large plate of food and waited for the fire horse to eat. After long moments of watching the electric rodent eat, Donita was eventually convinced that it was alright to eat the food. When he began to eat, Ranma smiled as he experienced a feeling of deja vu. 10 days later, Ranma, who was holding onto the reins of the makeshift bridle that he had made out of the ropes that those boys had used, was leading Donita down a path. Raiden was in his usual place on top of his backpack. When they got a clearing, he began removing the straps. "Well, Donita, this is it. You should be well enough to make it on your own now, so I guess this is goodbye." Ranma felt a bout of sadness as he looked into Donita's fiery red eyes. It had been a hard 10 days, but the Pokemon had recovered from its injuries and was ready to run free. Ranma and his Pikachu had been by Donita's side the whole time, caring and feeding him until he was well. Now at full health, The fire horse's mane, tail and other hair areas glowed with a bright, intense color. In the last few days, Ranma had earned Tonika's trust and the living flames no longer burned him. As the bridle fell away, Ranma felt a sharp pang of regret at having to let this magnificent Pokemon go. However, he still couldn't just put this horse into a Pokeball. It would be too much like slavery, and Ranma was still unsure about the whole thing. When Tonika shook his head as the bridle was removed, Ranma stepped back and said, "Go. You are free." Tonika just stood there. "Didn't you hear me? I said go. You are free." Tonika did the opposite and leaned forward, nuzzling his head against Ranma's chest. It let off a contented neigh. Ranma was getting a little irritated and tried to push him away. Tonika resisted. "Tonika, I told you. You're free to go. I'm not going to keep you." He looked up at his Pikachu and said, "Raiden, what's wrong with him?" Raiden smiled as he realized what was going on. History had repeated itself, and now Tonika was just as attached to Ranma as the electric mouse had gotten to be, all those months ago. It seemed that Ranma's honesty and kindness had netted him another friend for life. It was then that the horse began leaning toward Ranma's waist. At first, Raiden's trainer didn't understand, but then he noticed what Tonika was trying to do. He was trying to get at the Pokeballs on his belt. "Oh no, you don't. I told ya. I'm not putting you in any Pokeball. Fa 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 fa." The sudden laughter caught Ranma and Raiden off guard. They were so busy with Tonika that they had failed to notice the approach of some old enemies. Turning around, they saw the three boys they had battled 10 days ago. They were standing on a nearby ridge, and they weren't alone. They had brought along a few friends. Ranma noted that they all were holding a Pokeball and that they outnumbered him and Raiden by more than 10 to 1. Not very good odds. "Well, now isn't this touching?" the first boy said as he looked down at the trio. "I never heard of a Pokemon trainer who refuses to catch Pokemon." He then smiled evilly as he gazed upon Tonika. "By the way, thanks for caring for our Tonika. We'll take him off your hands now." Ranma snarled as he saw the smug look on his face. He got into a stance and began focusing his ki. Raiden also prepared himself for the coming battle. "I don't think so. This Tonika was hurt once before by you jerks, and I'll be damned if I'll let you hurt him again. You want him? You'll have to beat us first. Pikachu. That can be arranged." He gestured to the other members of his party who were brandishing their Pokeballs. Things looked grim. Fortunately for Ranma, his guardian angel was still watching him and had sent his messenger, a little Pidgey. Pidgey had been watching Ranma and Raiden in secret for the past few days, and now it saw that they were in trouble. From out of the sky, it dived down at the group of boys. The ridge that they were on had large areas that were covered in sand. As it swooped down, it began to furiously flap its wings and let off a series of squawks. The boys turned around at the sound and were soon hacking and coughing as Pidgey released its sand attack. The dust cloud blanketed the group, obscuring their sight and causing many of them to drop their Pokeballs. Ranma and Raiden were again shocked to have been saved by a Pidgey and were still standing in their stances when Ponyta decided to take the initiative. It wouldn't do for his new trainer to be in such danger. It quickly went under Ranma's legs and began galloping off from the area. What the? Ranma was totally taken by surprise as he found himself clinging for dear life on top of Ponyta's back. Raiden was also taken off guard and barely managed to hang on to Ranma's pack as the fire horse sped away at better than 50 miles per hour. The leader of the group was still coughing and hacking when the dust cloud lifted. When he saw his prize galloping away, he went into a rage. "I've worked too hard to let him take my Ponyta. Go get him, Taurus." The boy threw the Pokeball forwards, releasing the Buffalo Pokemon, which began chasing after the runaway Ponyta. A few hundred meters ahead of the rampaging Taurus, Ranma was trying desperately to get Ponyta to stop. "Whoa! Hold it! Stop, Ponyta! Slow down!" Ranma pulled hard on Ponyta's flaming mane, but the fire Pokemon would not stop until he was sure that they were far enough away. Ranma could do nothing but hold on tight. He had never ridden a horse before and it was taking all his strength and balance training to keep from falling off the horse's back. It was then that he heard the sound of something behind them. It sounded like the runaway freight train. When he glanced behind them, his widened at the sight of a Taurus that was bearing down on them. The mean-looking Pokemon let off some snorts and it had red in its eyes. On second thought, don't slow down. Giddy up. Faster. Faster. Ponyta was more than happy to oblige. With a sudden burst of speed, the fire horse sped ahead of the three-tailed buffalo and pushed harder to outrun it. For a moment it seemed as if they would get away as they began to slowly increase the distance between them. It was then that Raiden saw something bad up ahead. "Pikachu! Pikachu!" Huh? Ranma looked forward and saw that they were heading toward a wide ravine. The gap was more than 100 meters across and there was no way for Ponyta to make such a jump, even when they were going at 65 miles per hour. They were less than 250 meters from the edge. With the raging Taurus after them, they couldn't stop. "Ponyta!" Ranma screamed as he shut his eyes and waited for the end. Pika. It was then that Ponyta started to glow with an intense white light. Ranma opened his eyes when he felt a tingling sensation. Looking down, he saw that Ponyta's form was changing. Its form became larger and hotter. Ranma could feel the increased heat of its living flames, but they still did not burn him. He then looked up and saw something emerge from Ponyta's forehead. When the light faded, Ponyta was no more. In his place was his evolved form, Rapidash. The horse was now the size of an Arabian stallion and it had a horn on its head, which made it resemble a unicorn. Its living flames burned even more brightly than before as it put on a tremendous burst of speed. A new form of the fire Pokemon let off a whinny as he began galloping at better than 100 miles per hour, leaving behind a flaming, swirling trail of flames that burned the Taurus. The buffalo Pokemon stumbled and fell to the ground as it was caught in Rapidash's fire spin. Ranma was still in shock over the sudden evolution when he suddenly found himself soaring through the air. Pika. Ranma looked down and saw the tiny line on the ground far below that represented a river below. It was then that he realized that Rapidash had jumped. He looked forward and saw the other side of the gorge coming straight at them. With less than a foot to spare, Rapidash landed on the other side and kept on running. They were soon a distant dot that was heading toward the horizon. Late afternoon, *RAPIDASH, the flame horse Pokemon, the evolved form of Pokemon. Rapidash is the fastest sprinter of all ground Pokemon and is able to achieve top speeds of well over 100 miles per hour. Awesome. Ranma said as he put away his Pokedex. He began stroking Rapidash's flank. The new form of Bonito let off a contented neigh as it nuzzled Ranma with its head. The horse took care not to poke him with its new horn. At Ranma's feet, Raiden stood and watched. Ranma kept on stroking the Pokemon as he considered what to do with it. It was obvious that Bonita, Rapidash wasn't going to leave him alone. It had proven himself to be totally loyal to him and wanted to go with him and Raiden. As Ranma thought about it, he then the flapping of some wings. Looking to one side, he and the Pokemon saw Pidgey land on a large boulder near them. Ranma smiled as he saw it. I guess we have you to thank for our escape, and for that time 10 days ago. Pidge. The bird squawked as it hopped off the rock and trotted to where Raiden was standing. It then began making a series of chirps and sounds to the electric Pokemon. A minute later, Raiden's eyes widened in surprise. He then glanced up and began gesturing frantically at his trainer. Pika. Pikachu. Choo. Pika. What is it, Raiden? You know this, Pidgey? Pika. Raiden nodded as he plonked at the Pokeballs on Ranma's belt. What are you talking about? I told you before. I'm not going to. It was at that moment that Ranma realized what his Pikachu was trying to tell him. Wait a second, are you saying that this Pidgey is the same one that I let go 2 weeks ago? Pika. Raiden nodded. Ranma became even more confused as he stared at the bird. Hold on. Why would you want to help us? Not that I'm complaining, but still. Pidgey nodded to him and gestured with a wing to Rapidash. Ranma began to consider what Pidgey was trying to tell him. What does Rapidash have to do with anything? All I did was care for him. I even tried to set him free and, at that thought, Ranma looked down at the Pidgey with an intense gaze. Is that the reason why? Because, I'm not forcing you to do anything. You want to come with us? Is it because I gave you and Rapidash a choice? Pidge. The bird hopped up and down happily. Ranma was amazed. They wanted to be with him. They wanted to be his friends. At the thought of having friends, Ranma couldn't help but feel warm at the prospect. His old training journey with his father had been a long and lonely one. He had never been able to hold on to any friends for long as Ranma had forbidden it or taken him away from any chance of forming any attachments. Now, with him not present, Ranma had a chance of making true friends. He had already had one in Raiden. Why not make some more? And if they were willing to come with him, then it wouldn't be called slavery, now would it? Ranma separated himself from the others and stepped back to face them. Reaching behind his belt, he pulled out 2 Pokeballs and said to the horse and bird, "I really don't like the idea of putting you in Pokeballs, but if you really want to come with me and be my Pokemon, then there'll be times in which I have to use them. Are you sure that you want to be with us?" Rapidash stomped a hoof and nodded his head in enthusiastic agreement. Pidgey also nodded in agreement. Ranma took one look at Raiden, who smiled and nodded his head. Pika-pie. Ranma took a deep breath and then activated the 2 capture devices. Pokeballs. Go! The 2 Pokemon were instantly placed within the Pokeballs, which then returned to the hands of their new trainer. Ranma looked down at them and then allowed something to happen. He let a tear form in his eyes. A day later, on a ridge that overlooked Viridian City, a Rapidash and its riders came to a halt. Ranma smiled as he took in the sight of the urban area. A moment after they stopped, a Pidgey came down and landed on his left shoulder. On his backpack, Raiden looked over at the sunset that bathed Viridian in its vibrant colors. Ranma had given the names of Wildfire for Rapidash and Wind Rider for the Pidgey. As he looked down at Viridian, he began to think of the adventures that they had shared and the ones that were yet to come. Wildfire, Wind Rider, Raiden. Are you all ready? The 3 Pokemon nodded as Ranma urged his fiery steed down the slope. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, now that Fist of the Pikachu has joined with the ranks of my regular stories, I would like to hear some comments and suggestions. This chapter has dealt with Ranma's uneasiness as he enters the world of Pokemon trainers. Chapter 5 Chapter 5 Battle. Ranma's first Gymsha. Fist of the Pikachu Italic. Thoughts Pokedex responses. Chapter 5 Battle. Ranma's first gym challenge. Hey! Look at that. Is that a Ponyta? No, it's a Rapidash. Awesome. I've never seen a Rapidash before. Wow! Check it out. He must be a great Pokemon trainer to be able to train a Rapidash. Ranma became very nervous as he rode Wildfire into Viridian City. Crowds began to form around them and little children were running up to try and pet the flame Pokemon. Although he was proud of his new Pokemon, his fire horse was drawing way too much attention. Even in the Pokemon world, a horse with a fiery mane and tail in an urban population center was about as subtle as a terrorist bombing. Ranma became even more edgy as he saw a motorcycle cop approach them. Wildfire, already nervous at being crowded, reared back slightly as the female officer came to a stop in front of them. Whoa! Settle down, Wildfire. Easy does it. Ranma pulled back slightly on the reins while Raiden tightened his grip on the backpack and waited for Wildfire to come down. At the moment, Wind Rider was in his Pokeball, resting. Though Ranma did not like to use those devices, he knew of their benefits. They did make transporting Pokemon a lot easier and helped them recover from injuries. In any case, with the exception of his Pikachu, his Pokemon didn't really mind them. When the flame Pokemon calmed down, Ranma looked down at the uniformed cop as she dismounted her motorcycle, which had a sidecar attached to it. She was about his height and had blue hair. She had a very attractive figure and was wearing a skirt-style uniform that resembled the uniform of the French police. Ranma had to admit that she was pretty cute. Then again, Ranma had not seen many girls in his life, either on his training journey with Ranma or his travels in this world. She began waving off the crowd and said in firm, commanding tones for them to disperse. When the crowd backed off, she turned to Ranma and his Rapidash. Hold it right there, Buster. You can't just ride that Rapidash into the city. You're going to have to put him in his Pokeball. Ranma flinched at the statement. Well, I'm sorry, officer. Officer Jenny of the Viridian City Police Department. I'm going to have to insist that you put that horse in its Pokeball. Either that, or bring him to the Pokemon Center. Why? I mean, my Rapidash isn't doing anything wrong, is it? No, but he's going to cause some major traffic problems if you ride him into the city. Besides, the tourist season is really high at this time, even though the Pokemon League competition is over for this year. Pokemon League? What's that? Your Rapidash would also be a target for Pokemon robbers. Jenny continued. Pokemon robbers? Pika? Raiden was also intrigued. We've been having some reports of Pokemon disappearing from the area and your Rapidash would certainly be on a robber's list. Now are you going to comply? Or do I have to take you in for inciting a disturbance? The big-tailed martial artist and Pokemon trainer looked down at the policewoman. Her expression was one of determination, and if there was one thing that Ranma's training trip had taught him, it was not to get involved with the police. Then again, it was usually Ranma's fault that they were constantly on the run. Ranma sighed as he dismounted and took out a Pokeball. Sorry about this, Wildfire. I'll have you out again as soon as possible. Wildfire made an understanding. It was just as well. The city was too crowded for his taste and all these people made him nervous. He preferred wide open spaces. Wildfire, return. A slender red beam was emitted from the activator button of the device and caused the Rapidash to be transported into the Pokeball. Ranma replaced the Pokeball back onto his belt and turned to face Officer Jenny. Now am I free to go? Let's see some identification first. Ranma nodded as he brought out his Pokédex and opened it up to display the identification the Professor Oak had prepared for him. *RANMASOAGOME. Registered POKEMON trainer from Pallet Town. Refer to Professor Oak for more information. The policewoman nodded as she assessed him. I figured that you must be a trainer. You are free to go. Officer Jenny went back to her motorcycle. The crowds began to scatter as the people resumed their own lives. It was at that time that Ranma noticed something that was in the sidecar of Jenny's cycle. It popped its head out in the open and it looked like a cross between a dog and a lion. It let off short barks and growls and Ranma took out his Pokedex. *GROWLITH. A pulpy Pokemon of the fire element. It has a playful demeanor and it protects its territory by driving away enemies with barks and bites. Officer Jenny looked back at Ranma. Hey there. Are you here to challenge the gym leader at the New Viridian Gym? New Viridian Gym? Ranma didn't get it. Officer Jenny was still under the impression that Ranma knew what she was talking about as she kick-started her motorcycle. Ever since it was rebuilt and put under a new leader, a lot of Pokemon trainers have been coming here to win an Earth badge. So far, nobody has been able to come close to giving the gym leader a good battle. Well, good luck and enjoy your visit to Viridian City. The officer smiled as she revved her cycle. Hey, now wait a minute. What are you? Officer Jenny was already down the road and gone before Ranma could finish. Raiden's trainer was standing amid a small cloud of dust that was kicked up with Jenny's departure. Pokemon League. Gym leader. Earth badge. Now what was all that about? Raiden sighed as he remembered just how unaware Ranma was with basic rules of Pokemon trainers. He tapped Ranma's shoulder and gestured to one of his pockets. Pikachu. Huh? You know something about all this, Raiden? Raiden nodded as he continued to point to the pocket. Ranma looked down and reached into the pocket to pull out a small slip of paper, which had a telephone number on it. Professor Oak's number? What are you? He then realized what Raiden was trying to tell him. Oh, I should ask Professor Oak about the Pokemon League, right? Pika. Raiden replied. It would be far easier to let the scientist tell him, since it would take too long for the electric rodent to try and explain. It was pretty hard to communicate when neither spoke the same language. Ranma nodded as he said, I'll call him as soon as we get to a Pokemon Center. Fortunately for Ranma, he had saved up a sizable amount of money from his time with Professor Oak and had opened up an account. After going to various stores to stock up on supplies, Ranma and his Pikachu arrived at the Viridian City Pokemon Center. A few minutes later, he was speaking to Professor Oak on the video phone while his Pokemon were getting a checkup and being refreshed. Hi Ranma. It's been a while since I last heard from you. How are you? I'm doing okay, Professor. I'm calling from the Viridian City Pokemon Center. HMMM. It took you quite a while to get there. My grandson Gary and his rival Ash only took about 3 or 4 days to get to Viridian. Hey, remember, I'm new here. Besides, I kind of got sidetracked. Oh? Did you catch any Pokemon? Well, you could say that. Oh, I don't think caught would be the right word. It was then that an attractive nurse with pink hair done up into loops behind her head came up to Ranma. Hold on a second, Professor. He turned to the nurse, whose name was Joyce. Like you didn't know that? Yes. The nurse smiled as she said, "Excuse me. But your Pokemon are now recharged and ready for you." Ranma nodded as he looked down and saw that she was holding a tray. The two Pokeballs that contained Wind Rider and Wildfire were on it, and Raiden was beside Nurse Joy's feet. "Pikachu." Raiden waved to his trainer before hopping up to the console of the video phone. He then waved to the image of Professor Oak. "Pika." "Hello, Raiden." The scientist turned his attention back to Ranma. "So Ranma, is there a reason for this call?" "Yes." Ranma took the two Pokeballs from Nurse Joy and nodded his thanks. "I must say, you are the first trainer to bring in a Rapidash to this center," Nurse Joy commented with a smile. "You must have some special talent to have caught and trained a Pokemon like that." "Ooh, I guess you could say that." Ranma was unsure of the compliment. When the young Pokemon nurse left, he turned back to Oak. "Did I hear correctly?" Oak asked in surprise. "You had a Rapidash?" "Ooh, yeah," Ranma admitted reluctantly. "I got him a few days ago. He was mostly the reason why it took me so long to get to Viridian City. I also picked up a Pidgey along the way. Well, I must say, I'm impressed. You've just started your Pokemon journey and you've already caught a very powerful and rare Pokemon. A Ponyta is hard enough to catch and train, but you have gotten its evolved form. Congratulations." Thanks. Anyway, I want to ask you something. What would you like to know? "Professor, I want to know about what the Pokemon League is all about. Ever since I got here, that's all I've been hearing. Other trainers at the center have been talking about things like gym leaders, badges and stuff like that. You don't know?" "Oh, well, of course you don't. You are new to our world. In any case, the Pokemon League is made of the top Pokemon trainers and masters. In order to compete in the Pokemon League, you have to earn 8 gym badges and have at least 6 Pokemon." Ranma frowned slightly. He had gone through a lot when he had gotten Raiden, Wind Rider and Wildfire. Now he needed 3 more. "So, how do I earn gym badges?" "Well, you earn a badge each time you defeat a gym leader's Pokemon. Come to think of it, I recall that Viridian's gym had been rebuilt and is under a new gym leader. If you want to enter next year's league competition, then that would be a good place to start." "Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's been good talking to you, Ranma. I have to get back to my work now, so take care. Good luck." After Ranma hung up, he and Raiden went to sit down on a nearby bench. "Well, Raiden, what do you think?" "Pika," Raiden replied in excitement. It was obvious that he wanted to compete in the Pokemon League. Ranma, however, wasn't quite as enthusiastic. It seemed that the people of this world relied heavily on their Pokemon. For a martial artist like Ranma, it didn't seem right to let Raiden and the others do the work. Challenging another person to a match and then letting his Pokemon battle for him made him seem lazy. How was he supposed to get any better if he didn't get to challenge anyone? Once again, his doubts about being a Pokemon trainer came back to him. Pikachu. Ranma looked down at his electric mouse and saw Raiden's determined expression. You really want to challenge the gyms and go into this Pokemon League, right? Pika. Ranma considered his friend, then sighed. Raiden had been patient with him with his reluctance to catch Pokemon. So far, his only battles had been with Wind Rider and that golem. Ranma had to admit that the electric rodent's skills were impressive and could get better with more challenges. The martial artist was especially proud of how far Raiden had progressed in the last few months. As his sensei, it was his job to train him and all of his other Pokemon to reach their full potential. With that in mind, he nodded to his Pikachu. Okay. We're going to go get a few more supplies and do some training. I do have to start training Wildfire and Wind Rider as well. After a few days, maybe in a couple of weeks, we'll challenge that gym. That sound good to you? Pikachu. Raiden smiled and raised a paw in agreement. A day later, Wildfire and Ranma were in an open field on the outskirts of Viridian City. Ranma was in a horse stance, while Wildfire observed with fascination as his trainer glowed with a blue aura. On the sidelines, Wind Rider and Raiden watched as well during their trip to Viridian. Ranma had also demonstrated his curse to his new Pokemon and had his Pikachu explain it to them. A nice thing about Pokemon was that despite the different sounds that they made, they all understood each other. After a short while, Wind Rider and Wildfire accepted the fact that Ranma had a partially controllable evolving process. You see, Wildfire? This is my key. What you are seeing is the energy that is made by all living things. When you get control of it, you can use it to boost your physical skills. Watch. Ranma made a standing jump to a height of 30 feet and landed on a branch of a tall tree. Wildfire let off a surprised neigh as his eyes widened at the sight. Ranma smiled as he continued with the demonstration. He leapt off the branch, twisted in midair and seemed to hover for a few seconds as he threw several punches and kicks. When gravity took hold of him, he used several trees to rebound off and darted about the area at amazing speed. When he landed on the ground, Ranma focused on nearest tree and delivered a straight kick to it. To Wildfire's surprise, and to Ranma's, there was a large snapping sound as the thick wood buckled under the force of impact. The tree trunk was more than 3 feet in diameter. Ranma and his Pokemon stood in awe as the tall tree shuddered and then it came crashing down as if a lumberjack had felled it. Ranma was in a bit of a shock. Huh? Now that wasn't supposed to happen. He had expected a large chunk of the wood to break off. He had not expected to kick through the entire tree. I didn't even kick that hard. All I did was use my usual stone breaker technique, and it was then that Ranma thought back to the months that he had trained with Raiden to control his ki. He had learned to generate his ki as a projectile attack and convert it to electricity. Raiden had learned to do the same as well as increase his agility and voltage output. Then Ranma remembered all the times he sparred with Raiden and realized something. Well, I'll be damned. All those practice sessions with Raiden must have given me better ki control and increased my physical strength and speed. Ranma smiled as he came to a conclusion. And here I was worried about not getting any practice. Training with my Pokemon will help me keep my skills. The better my Pokemon get, the better I'll get. Maybe being a Pokemon trainer isn't all that bad. The Rapidash was stomping his feet in excitement while Wind Rider flapped his wings, which caught Ranma's attention. So you want to learn that stuff? The Flame Horse nodded enthusiastically. It could see the advantages of such training. The Pidgey also wanted to learn. Ranma looked at his Pokemon and started thinking about how he could train them in using their ki to enhance their own abilities. In doing so, he might gain some new attacks as well. Wind Rider can't learn punches and kicks, but maybe I get him to increase his aerial evasion techniques and those wind attacks of his. Wildfire can kick, and that horn of his could come in handy. His biggest asset is speed and those flame attacks. Maybe I can increase his endurance too. This just might work. 3 days later, Ranma's Rapidash was blazing along the fields near Viridian City as Ranma watched him from a ridge. In his hand was a stopwatch. When Wildfire passed a large boulder, he clicked the stopwatch and checked Wildfire's time. He beat yesterday's time by more than 3 seconds. Not bad. Looks like those key focusing techniques I taught him are working. I would say that his top speed is now about 130 miles per hour. Like Raiden and other Pokemon, Wildfire had a subconscious ability to harness and utilize his ki. It was relatively a simple matter for him to draw it forth and use it to not only to form those living flames, but also to boost his physical abilities. Wildfire trotted toward his master and Ranma noticed that the fire horse had a thin blue aura about it. Ranma looked over to the side to see Raiden and Wind Rider sparring. Raiden was leaping about and the Pidgey was doing his best to dodge. The Pikachu who had only used gentle taps on his opponent, which the bird would try to avoid. The big-tailed martial law artist noted that Pidgey was receiving fewer hits than yesterday. Every now and then, he would see a faint blue glow about the flying Pokemon. A few more days later, Wind Rider's battle aura glowed more brightly as it dove at Ranma. Ranma moved ever faster as he leapt about and tried a few punches and kicks. After a few minutes, the Pidgey pulled back and began flapping his wings rapidly. Ranma had frequently experienced the gust attack before during these training sessions and thought he could handle them. He was genuinely surprised when the wind hit him with more force than usual. He found himself flying backward and was thrown 20 feet further than what he normally traveled when hit by a gust attack. Wind Rider flew to his trainer when he landed on his rear on the ground. It landed before him and looked concerned. Ranma shook his head to clear it, then looked at the diminutive bird. He smiled as he assessed Wind Rider's power level. A few more days, Wildfire was surprised to see his trainer running at a fast pace behind him. The flame Pokemon could see Ranma was glowing with a bright blue aura as he was going at about 35 miles per hour. Since this was an exercise in endurance, the Rapidash wasn't going at much more than 50 miles per hour. With a whinny, Wildfire doubled his speed and shot forward. Ranma saw his Pokemon pull away and tried to increase his speed. His aura began glowing even brighter as he strained to keep the Rapidash in sight. He knew that there was no way he could beat Wildfire in a foot race, but he still strained to achieve greater speeds. He concentrated even harder, trying to get more ki flowing through his limbs. He could feel his body almost overflowing with power. He was so intent on catching up to Wildfire that he didn't notice that his aura had become more intense and that it was changing color. Suddenly, it flared like a sunburst and Ranma shot forward at better than 65 miles per hour. Ranma's Rapidash was already waiting at the stopping point near the large boulder with Raiden and Wind Rider. They had not been expecting Ranma to arrive for another few minutes. Imagine their surprise when they saw him shooting toward them like a speeding car. His aura was now a deep crimson and was trailing behind him like flames. Ranma couldn't believe that he was traveling so fast, but then he saw the finish line. Leaning back, he tried to thrust out his feet to slow down. However, as he was unused to traveling so fast, he stumbled forward. Instinctively powering up his aura to deaden the impact, Ranma curled in his body to roll with the fall. His body hit the ground and bounced a couple of times before he was able to skid to a halt. The Pokemon had to dive for cover as he kicked up a lot of dirt and plowed a trench into the countryside. When the dust clouds settled down, Raiden and the others slowly moved forward. There, in a deep ditch, was their trainer, who was sprawled on his back and had several deep cuts and bruises. His aura had become a thin blue halo and Ranma looked totally exhausted. Pikachu? Ranma looked toward his electric rodent and gave him a weak smile. Okay. So, I need to get better brakes. A week later, Ranma nodded as Wind Rider stood in front of the large boulder. The Pidgey took off and then began flapping his wings furiously. He began circling the boulder, creating a cyclone of wind. The air current began buffeting the rock. Slowly, but surely, the Pidgey's whirlwind began to pick the massive granite off the ground. The other Pokemon and their trainer smiled as Wind Rider redoubled his efforts and began beating his wings even faster. Soon, the massive rock was at least 3 feet off the ground. It was then that Ranma saw that the surface was starting to show cracks and fissures. He looked up and saw that Wind Rider was glowing a bright blue. It was then that they all heard a loud sound and they looked up to see a large crack appearing near the center of the boulder. Several smaller cracks showed up in spiderweb patterns as Wind Rider increased the air pressure. The rock shook and trembled and fragments of it started falling to the ground. Get back! Ranma cried as he held out an arm to push his Pokemon back. It was at that moment that the Pidgey let off a wail as the air currents caused the boulder to explode. The shards of rock crumbled before them and landed in a heap of rubble, causing a large dust cloud to appear. Raiden and Wildfire were amazed while Ranma felt a surge of pride in his bird. Wind Rider fell to the ground totally exhausted from his effort. Ranma raced forward and caught him before he hit the soil and cradled the bird in his arms. It sort of faded away as the Pidgey gasped for air. It took a few minutes before his breathing returned to normal. Ranma looked at the pile of rock that was once a 1-ton boulder, then smiled down at his Pidgey. "Way to go, Windy." The Pidgey looked up at his trainer and gave him a weak, but happy chirp. Then suddenly, it happened. Ranma was just kneeling down to set his Pidgey on the ground and check on his health, when the bird suddenly began glowing with an intense white light. Ranma almost dropped Wind Rider as the flying Pokemon began squirming and tried to spread its wings. The big-tailed martial artist's eyes opened wide as he realized what was going on. Wind Rider's evolving. The bird suddenly jumped out of his arms and landed on its feet. It then spread its wings and let off a squawk. Pidgey. The bird suddenly increased to more than 4 times his size and took on a more robust form. When the light faded, Wind Rider the Pidgey was replaced by Wind Rider the Pidgeotto. Ranma whistled as he admired the new colors of the tail feathers and crest plumage. The Pidgeotto was also glowing with renewed energy as it powered up its battle aura. He then took off and made a series of loops, dives and turns, testing out its new form. He saw a large tree nearby and then swept his wings forward. His battle aura flared and to the amazement of all those present, the wings released a huge, concentrated blast of air that slammed into the tree and caused it to topple over. Unlike his usual gust attack, the air was focused like a solid object and struck like a battering ram. Wow! Wind Rider can now fire off compressed air blasts instead of just flapping his wings to create high-speed winds. Looks like he's learned to use his ki in a more efficient manner. Cool. Maybe I can learn that too. Pika. Raiden was also impressed as was Wildfire. Ranma gestured to his Pokemon and waved to him. Pidgeotto saw him and swooped down to land beside Ranma. He leaned forward and nuzzled his trainer. Digio. The evolved form of Pidgey. It has a fiercer personality than the Pidgeys and its gust attack is especially strong. I don't doubt that. Ranma commented as he put away his Pokédex. Pikachu. Several more days later, Ranma continued training his Pokemon as well as building his own skills. Wildfire was eventually able to achieve speeds of over 180 miles per hour, developed some new ki-based attacks and had built up a resistance to the effects of water. Ranma had thought to build up Wildfire's defense against water-type Pokemon and because of his curse. Despite the fact that water stone he wore negated the effect of moisture temperature, Ranma still found it odd that water would always find him. He had been through several gender changes before he had gotten the pendant, and it wouldn't do for that to happen frequently unless his fire Pokemon could adapt. He had also learned to harness his new running technique and called it the Rapidash Run. Although he couldn't match Wildfire's overall running speed, he could still achieve short bursts of speed of up to 70 miles per hour. He made a note not to use it too often as it quickly tired him out. He had learned that he could manipulate his ki to resemble the living flame of his fire horse, which added to the power of his kicks and punches. Yet another couple of days. Do that again, Windy. The Pidgeotto nodded as he began focusing his ki and spread his wings. The bird then brought his wings down in a swooping motion, and Ranma could hear the brief sound of air being sucked in before it blasted forward and struck another large boulder. THOM. The blast of high-pressure air sent the boulder flying off the ground. The huge mass of granite was pushed back at least 20 feet before it settled down on the ground. Ranma noted that there was a large hole in the face of the rock that was more than a foot in diameter and 3 feet deep. Cracks began to appear from the hole and larger pieces of the rock fell away. Ranma whistled in appreciation over Wind Rider's new attack. Raising his arms above him like wings, he began focusing his own ki. After gathering his energies, he brought his arms down in the same manner as his Pokemon had done. However, the only wind current he could generate was a faint breeze. Ranma sighed as he raised his arms to try again. This is going to take a while. 17 days since they had started training, Ranma was eventually able to learn how his new Pidgeotto was able to generate the blasts of compressed air and called it his wind cannon technique. He wasn't able to generate as much force as his Pidgeotto, but he could still cause some serious damage with it. Wind Rider eventually learned several new fighting maneuvers and his normal attacks had gotten stronger. Raiden had developed some new electric and speed attacks, which he shared with Ranma. The big-tailed martial artist had become very pleased at how much he and his companions had progressed. When it was more than 2.5 weeks since they arrived, the trainer and his Pokemon were ready to face off against the gym leader of Viridian City. Meanwhile, in a secret office somewhere in the world, Giovanni, the leader of the terrorist organization Team Rocket, was petting his Persian when he got a call on his communications console. He was still brooding over the destruction of Team Rocket's main headquarters and the continuous bungling of Jesse, James and Meowth. He was especially upset over the loss of his most prized Pokemon, Mewtwo. A flunky appeared on the screen and said, "Sir, for the last few days, we've been detecting some strange power readings coming from the outskirts of Viridian City. Is it Mewtwo?" Giovanni asked. He had set up several energy tracking stations to monitor for any signs of his missing secret weapon. The flunky shook his head. "No, sir. The readings we are getting aren't anything like Mewtwo's psychic energies. They seem to be more along the lines of fighting-type Pokemon. They're very powerful though. And we're also detecting some other strange emanations that we can't identify. HMM. You say that it's near Viridian City? Yes, sir. Shall I contact Jesse and James to investigate? No, I don't want those two idiots. After that Mega Transporter Pokeball fiasco and the way they bungled stealing the blueprints at Professor Oak's laboratory, I don't need any more failures. Then who should we send? Contact Butch and Cassidy. Unlike Jesse and James, those two have a better record for success. They're in Viridian right now, stealing some Pokemon for me. Have them stake out the new gym and its leader. Ever since we sold the property rights to Sam Ricker, that gym has been especially busy. If those sources of energy have anything to do with Pokemon, then that is where it will most likely turn up. If there are any new kinds of powerful Pokemon in the area, I want them. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Back in Viridian City at the front of the Pokemon gym, Ranma took a deep breath and looked down at his Pikachu. Wildfire and Wind Rider were in their Pokeballs. He had learned from the locals that the gym leader's name was Sam Ricker. You ready to get that Earth badge? Pikachu. Raiden responded as he and Ranma walked up the stairs to the front doors of the gym. The building was about the size of a high school gymnasium and it had a large sign above the doors, which read Viridian City Pokemon Gym in bold letters. In smaller letters, was the message that it was under new management. Ranma nodded as he knocked on the door. A moment later, the doors automatically opened to allow them inside. Hidden behind some hedges on one side of the gym, two members of Team Rocket watched as a trainer and his Pikachu entered the building. Looks like another trainer is going to go up against that new gym leader, Butch commented. Cassidy nodded as she motioned for her partner to follow her. At their feet, their Raticate trotted alongside. Remember what the boss told us. We're to check out all Pokemon trainers and see if any of their Pokemon are worth stealing. I still say we should steal the gym leader's Pokemon too. Don't be stupid like those dopes, James and Jesse. Cassidy chided. We've already got the police looking for us. If we steal the city gym leader's Pokemon, then we'll draw even more attention to ourselves. Besides, there had been rumors that a trainer had entered the city on a Rapidash. That is one Pokemon that the boss would love to have. Butch nodded as he and his partner found a window that gave them a good view of the battle area of the gym. They settled down into comfortable positions to watch the upcoming battle. Inside the gym, Ranma and Raiden entered a large space, which resembled a basketball court. In the center, a line was drawn to separate the two halves of the battle area and a large circle in the center that was in the image of a Pokeball. The area was dimly lit and Ranma had his senses on alert for any surprises. It was then that the main lights turned on and the place was lit up like a stadium. Hello? Ranma and his Pikachu turned to see a young girl and a man stand on the opposite end of the field. The girl was about Ranma's age, was about an inch shorter than Ranma and had blue hair done up in a long ponytail that was waist-length. She had green eyes and a confident expression on her face. She was dressed in a white t-shirt, blue jeans and high tops. She had a bit of a tomboyish look about her, but Ranma couldn't help but notice that she was pretty cute. Her figure was slender and Ranma could tell that she exercised regularly. The man beside her looked to be around his mid-40s and Ranma easily noticed the resemblance between the two and assumed that the man was the girl's father. He was dressed similarly to the girl's attire and was built like a football player. "Excuse me," Ranma said as he and Raiden approached the two. Ranma looked directly at the older man, assuming that he was the gym leader. "I'm looking to challenge the gym leader, Sam Ricker. Are you him?" The man shook his head and said, "No. My name's Joe Ricker. I'm not the gym leader. I retired from being a Pokemon gym leader a while back. What you want is my kid, Sam. Okay, so where is he?" The girl crossed her arms and looked up and down Ranma, assessing him. She then gave off a HMPF and turned to her father. "This guy's just a beginner, Dad. He wouldn't be much of a challenge." Ranma felt as if he had been slapped at the comment. He turned to the girl and said, "What did you just say, Pika?" Raiden also didn't like the way she was addressing his sensei. The girl smirked and said with a slight sneer, "I said that you wouldn't be much of a challenge. You're just a beginner. What makes you such an expert?" Ranma said with a bit of annoyance at her comments. The girl smirked as she replied, "I noticed that you only have 2 Pokeballs on your belt that are filled. Not counting that Pikachu down there, that only totals up to 3. So, how long have you been a trainer?" About a month. Maybe a little more." The girl gave a short laugh and said, "A whole month and all you got are 3 Pokemon? Even a novice would already have the required 6 Pokemon by that time. And just how many Pokemon battles against other trainers have you been in?" Ranma became a little embarrassed as he admitted, "Ooh, 1. The girl giggled some more as she said, "And you expect to challenge a gym leader after only 1 battle? That is so funny." The girl burst out in a fit of laughter, which did nothing to make Ranma or Raiden feel any better. In fact, the Pikachu was charging up his cheek pouches with the intent of shocking the girl for her insults. Ranma shook his head and waved for Raiden to power down. A moment later, the electric rodent complied. The girl's father shook his head at his child's insensitivity. "Now you be quiet. If this boy wants to battle for an Earth badge, then I say we should let him. All gym leaders must accept any challenge at any time." The girl nodded as she calmed down and said, "All right. This shouldn't take too long. I'd say that he'd lose in 1 minute. Heck, if he lets his Pikachu run free then he must be even worse than I thought. That electric rodent probably isn't even at level 12. He'll probably lose quicker than that guy who brought his own cheering section with him. Pretty sure that I won't win, huh? Well, let's battle. And after I defeat you, then I'll beat the gym leader too." Ranma was mad. Raiden was steamed. "Pikachu. Oh, where are our manners? My girl totally forgot to introduce herself," Joe said as he gestured to his daughter. Meet my daughter and gym leader of Viridian City, Samantha. Call me Sam," the girl said with a smirk. Ranma's eyes widened as he heard this. Why you're the gym leader? But, why you're a girl? Yeah. So what? You afraid that you'll get beaten by a girl? Ranma's mouth became a firm line as he clenched his fists. Now even though he was taught that he shouldn't fight girls, he really wanted to put this arrogant female in her place. She was far too cocky for his taste, which reminded him of himself when he was training with his father. Receiving the girl curse, going on his own in this world and training his Pokemon had mellowed out that character trait somewhat, but he still had his pride. Now this person was insulting him and his friend. As Ranma thought about it, a Pokemon battle might be just the thing to shut this girl up. He could beat her without having to physically fight her, and satisfy his qualms against hitting girls. The look on her face when he beat her Pokemon would be good enough. I'll show her who's the better trainer. Let's battle, Ranma growled. Ranma and Sam were soon facing each other off at either sides of the arena. On the sidelines, Sam's father watched. Unlike his daughter, Samantha's father knew the value of never underestimating one's opponent. His long years as a veteran Pokemon trainer gave him the experience to assess his opponents and their Pokemon. I think there's more to this boy than meets the eye. Why would he challenge a gym leader after only one battle? Sam is good and she hasn't lost yet, but I have a feeling that all that's going to change. We'll have a 3-on-3 battle. Is that alright with you? Fine. Let's get it on. Ranma gestured to Raiden to move up. The electric mouse hopped forward and waited. Sam gave off a short laugh as she threw out her first Pokemon. Let's see if your electric rodent can handle this. Go flare on. The Pokeball opened up and released the fiery, evolved form of an Eevee. Flare on. The red and yellow Pokemon stood at the ready for its trainer to give its orders. Ethelario, one of the 3 evolved forms of Eevee. Using a Firestone will cause Eevee to become a Flame-type Pokemon whose internal fire sac can release flames of up to 1000 OC. Ranma smiled a bit. Raiden had some experience with Flame-type Pokemon since he had him train with Wildfire. Signaling to his Pikachu to let his opponent make the first move, Ranma watched as Sam gave her Flare on the order to attack. Fire Spin. The fox-like Pokemon opened up its mouth and let loose with a searing blast of flames that looped and spiraled toward Raiden. As the fiery streams came at the electric rodent, Sam noticed that the Pikachu was taking a fighting stance and saw a faint blue glow surrounding it. Then it happened. Lightning tackle attack. Pika. The blue aura suddenly changed to a bright, yellow-white color and then crackled. Raiden then darted forward and his body was enveloped in electrical energies. He moved so fast that the naked eye could only discern a darting bolt of lightning as it made a zigzag path across the ground, effortlessly dodging the tongues of fire. In under a nanosecond, Raiden had crossed the distance between his opponent, Just as the flare-on was starting to close its mouth, the energized Pikachu slammed into the flare-on's side, feet first, knocking the wind and fire out of it and sent it flying. Flare! Sam gasped in disbelief as her Pokemon was sent tumbling to the ground. When it finally came to a stop, it let off a pathetic moan before it lapsed into unconsciousness. She then looked up in a state of shock as Raiden gave his defeated opponent a polite bow before returning to his master. Return Flare-on. Sam held out the Pokeball and recalled her Pokemon. After it had been transported back into the device, she then regarded Ranma and his Pikachu with a bit more wariness. How did it do that? Ranma shrugged and tried to act innocent as he said, beginner's luck. On the outside of the gym, Books and Cassidy were more than astonished at Raiden's method of attack. I don't ever remember a Pikachu being able to do that, Books said as he and his partner watched the match. The boss did say that there were some strange energies in the area. That Pikachu may just be what we're looking for, Cassidy commented. Sam was more than irritated at the Ranma's smirk and attitude as she brought out another Pokeball. I don't know how that Pikachu did that, but let's see if you can handle this. Okay, Ranma said nonchalantly. Go Venomoth. The Pokeball opened up and released the Moth Pokemon. The moth flapped its wings as it hovered before Raiden. Ranma nodded as he brought out his Pokedex. *VNOMODH, the evolved form of VNO80. Tiny scales on its wings produced various spores when they are flapped. Sam smiled as she said, let's see if your Pikachu can handle this one. Ranma was about to say that it didn't matter to Raiden, but then decided on a different approach. He took out another Pokeball and motioned for Raiden to pull back. Pika. Raiden didn't want to pull out. It was just getting warmed up. Ranma shook his head. Now, Raiden, I know that you can handle it, but you have to let the others have a chance to. Raiden nodded as he realized that he was hogging all the fun. He scampered to his master's side and waited as Ranma let loose with the Pokeball. Let's go, Wind Rider. The Pokeball opened up to reveal Ranma's new Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. Sam gave a short laugh. A Pidgeotto didn't have a chance against the spore attacks of her Venomoth. VNOMODH, Stun Spore. Ranma commanded his Pidgeotto in one of its newest attacks. Windy. Cyclone Spin Attack. The Pidgeotto shot forward toward the cloud of noxious spores. Sam thought that Ranma had lost his mind. She had expected the bird to counter with a gust or whirlwind, but instead, Wind Rider closed in his wings and feet and started spinning like a drill. His key glowed as he formed an envelope of air around him. The spores were unable to penetrate the barrier and were pulled behind him in his jet wash. Venomoth was completely caught off guard at the unexpected attack and it made no move to dodge as Ranma's Pidgeotto plowed into it. Wham! Sam's Pokemon was put into a daze as it fluttered to the ground. It landed on its back and was still stunned when Wind Rider made a low swoop over it and let the cloud of stun spores do its job. Venomoth was rendered temporarily helpless as its own spores were used against it. Wind Rider flew up high and then focused his ki again. Windy, use your wind cannon. Pikachu. The bird's battle aura flared and then released a blast of compressed air at his downed opponent. The blast was on target and the Venomoth never had a chance. Boom! When the dust and debris from the impact cleared, which also scattered the cloud of stun spores, Venomoth was embedded in the floor of the gym and was clearly in no shape to battle. Venomoth. I don't believe it. How did you? Sam was trembling as she stared at her downed Pokemon. Ranma smirked as he said, "Well, why ask me? You're the gym leader. I'm just the beginner, right?" On the outside of the gym, Cassidy and Butch's eyes were now the size of saucers. The flying kind. "No way!" Cassidy exclaimed. "Now I know that's not possible." "That was cool," Butch said in awe. "The boss would love to have that Pokemon. I'm more interested in how that trainer had been able to teach his Pokemon to do those attacks." Cassidy looked over Ranma's lean and muscled form with an appreciative eye. Sam was more than unsettled at her opponent's Pokemon and decided to pull out all the stops. Recalling her Venomoth, she took out her third Pokeball and said, "I got to admit, you're pretty good for a novice." Sam thought hard to control the uneasiness in her voice. Ranma's smirk became even more pronounced as he recalled Wind Rider and brought out his last Pokeball. "You ain't seen nothing yet. Go Wildfire." The Pokeball landed on the gym floor to release the Flame Horse. On the outside of the building, "It's him. That must be the same guy who rode in on a Rapidash," Cassidy exclaimed. Sam smirked as she said, "That's a mighty fine fire Pokemon you got there. Too bad it's no match for my Blastoise." She threw her Pokeball forward and released the huge, final evolution of a Squirtle. Wildfire made and backed off a bit at the sight of the Blastoise. His memories of the last encounter with such a Pokemon were not good ones. Ranma nodded in understanding as he saw how uneasy Wildfire was. He remembered how close his Pokemon had come to dying when it was a Ponyta. However, it was against the rules to pull his Pokemon back. Taking out his Pokedex, he plugged it to the Blastoise. *BLASTOISE, the evolved form of WARDORDLE. Its power relies on its strength, rather than its speed. Its shell contains two water cannons which can release hundreds of gallons of water in a second, making it one of the most powerful of all water-type Pokemon. And Ranma knew that Wildfire had developed some better resistance to water since he started training him, and his main asset was speed. He then called out to his Rapidash, "Wildfire, calm down and keep focused. You can beat it. I know you can." Wildfire looked back and saw the look of encouragement from his trainer. He nodded his head and turned to face off against his opponent. Sam was smiling again after seeing Wildfire's reluctance to fight her Blastoise. "BLASTOISE. Hydro Pump now! Blastoise!" The water cannons on its back swiveled and aimed toward the Rapidash. It then let loose twin torrents of water. Wildfire reacted in an instant and dodged the attacks. He then began galloping around the huge turtle at high speeds. His fiery mane and tail began to glow even brighter as Blastoise continued to shoot at the Rapidash. The streams of water were just barely nicking at the edges of the flames, causing steam to appear. Wildfire winced a bit, but ignored the pain as he began increasing his speed. Ranma nodded, as he knew what his horse was doing. As he gained even more speed, Ranma shouted out his command. Wildfire! Super Fire Spin! Now! Wildfire made as his living flames blazed like a solar flare and he sped forward. He became blurred to all those watching as he circled his opponent and created a huge circle of fire. The ring then expanded to become a towering column of flames that went up toward the roof of the gym. They exploded through and caused debris to fall everywhere. The trainers had to back away to avoid getting hit from the falling rafters and such. Inside the column, Blastoise was sweating profusely as the intense heat started to get to him. He had experienced the flames of a Charizard before, but this was far hotter than he was used to. It ceased firing its water cannons as the steam from the attacks was forming a scalding mist. In less than a minute, Blastoise was forced to retract into its shell to escape from the flames. Ranma noticed Blastoise retreating into its protective shell, and motioned for Wildfire to cease. The fire horse stopped in his run and stood ready to face off against his opponent. The fires it had caused began to die down. Fortunately, the building was mostly made of concrete and very little of it caught on fire. Although the floor did have many blackened areas, Wildfire began focusing his ki to prepare for the final assault. Blastoise's shell was covered in scorch marks and was smoking. Sam was more than shocked to see just how easily the Rapidash had created such a huge fiery attack. Her father was also amazed. As soon as Blastoise popped his limbs and head out of its shell, Ranma gave the final order. Wildfire! Blazing Horn Charge! The Rapidash glowed with a blue light, then burst forward in a run with his horn pointed directly at the weakened Blastoise. The horn began to glow even brighter as Wildfire used his ki to harden it to that of diamond. His flames trailed behind it and surrounded his body like a sun's corona. He left blazing trails behind him as he charged at his opponent at breakneck speed. His form resembled that of a blazing meteor. With her Pokémon just barely standing, Sam knew that Blastoise was in no condition to fend off such an attack and shouted out, "Stop! Please! You win!" Ranma then shouted out, "Wildfire! Halt!" The Rapidash pulled back and began applying its feet to slow down. His flames burned even more brightly as it began to decelerate. When he finally stopped, he looked up and saw that his horn was about a foot away from Blastoise, who was trembling a bit at the sight. The flames lost their ultra brilliance and returned to their normal brightness. "Blastoise, return!" Wildfire trotted back to his trainer, who gave him an affectionate pat on the flank. Good job, Wildfire. Ranma then smiled triumphantly at his defeated opponent and said, "Well, I guess this lowly beginner has just earned himself a badge." His smile then faded as he saw Sam standing there with her hands at her side and her eyes full of tears. Sam was trying desperately to keep from crying, but she couldn't hold it back. With a loud cry, she bolted from the area with her face in her hands. Sam! Her father began running after her, leaving Ranma and his Pokémon standing in confusion. Huh? The heir to the Sodom name was a bit confused at this turn of events. He didn't know why his opponent was suddenly crying. But then again, he was a Sodom, and his ability to be absolutely clueless where females were concerned was the same as his father's. Fortunately, his compassion was better than Janma's and he really hated to see a girl cry. He began racing after the father and his daughter, closely followed by his Pokémon. From their observation point, Books and Cassidy had seen enough. Whoa! Now that's what I call some really powerful Pokémon. Books commented as he and Cassidy watched Ranma and his Pokémon race after Sam and her father. Should we try and nab them? Cassidy shook her head and replied, "No, I think it would be better to report to the boss about all this. We should also keep tailing that guy and find out more about him. Why don't we just swipe his Pokémon? Use your head, Butch. If that guy can train his Pokémon to be that powerful, then think of what he could do for Team Rockets." Butch considered it for a moment, then smiled. "Hey, yeah. Why swipe the students when you can have the teacher? Team Rocket could really blast off if we had him for a member." Cassidy nodded as she had an image of Ranma in a Team Rocket uniform. All those rippling muscles and those beautiful blue eyes. Cassidy's eyes started to glaze over, but she was then jolted back to reality as Books nudged her to follow him. She quickly smothered her emotions for the moment and joined her partner in crime. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of Chapter 5. For those of you who are wondering that Sam should have been using rock Pokémon because of the Earth badge, I do recall that Giovanni had used Psychic and Water types in the anime and he was the gym leader of Viridian. Ranma may soon be getting a traveling buddy, as Sam will want to learn how he had trained his Pokémon. As for Team Rocket, we'll be seeing more of Books and Cassidy, as well as Jesse and James. For those of you who wish for Ranma to meet up with Ash and his friends, well, it'll be a while. Chapter 6 Chapter 6 Prepare for Trouble. Fist of the Pikachu. Ranma 1/2 and Pokémon belong to their respective owners. I just put them together for fun. Italic. Thoughts Pokedex Responses. Chapter 6 Prepare for Trouble. Ranma sighed as he continued to search for Samantha Ricker. Beside him, Raiden was riding on Wildfire while Wind Rider flew overhead. The gym leader had left in tears after Ranma's Pokémon had trounced hers. The big-tailed martial artist turned Pokémon trainer had started to feel bad as he continued to think about the match they had. Maybe it wasn't nice of him to have ridiculed her like that, but she did insult his abilities. He had thought that beating her Pokemon would have made her shut up, not burst into tears. As he thought about it, the gym leader was a lot like he was. Both of them took pride in their skills and didn't like to lose. I guess the new moves that I taught Raiden and the others must have been a real shock to her. Even though I am a beginner at being a Pokemon trainer, I suppose that it would have been humiliating for someone of Sam's experience to lose to a guy who hasn't been handling Pokemon all that long. Ranma sighed again as he continued to look around for his defeated opponent. Throughout his journeys, he had discovered that he really couldn't stand to see a girl cry. Seeing a female shedding tears always made him uneasy, and he had decided to make amends before moving on. In a small ice cream shop a few blocks away, Sam Ricker had long since stopped her crying and was currently drowning her sorrows in her second chocolate sundae. "I thought I'd find you here. You always came here whenever something upset you." Sam looked up with reddened eyes to see her father approaching her. The former gym leader took a stool beside his daughter. "Dad, I want to be left alone right now." "I don't think so." Joe Ricker motioned to a server to bring him a cup of coffee. "I think that it would be better if you and I talk about what happened today." Sam thought back her tears as she said, "What's there to talk about? I lost a match." Joe patted his daughter's shoulder and said in a soothing voice, "Everyone loses sometimes. It's all part of the learning experience." "But Dad, I lost to a beginner. After all those battles against trainers who had at least 6 or 7 badges, I couldn't beat a guy who has only fought once." Joe shook his head and said, "Sam, I love you dearly, but I think you're being too hard on yourself. After seeing that battle, I suspect that trainer lied to you about being a beginner to make you underestimate him. No one can be that good and still be a novice." "You think so?" Sam said, her face brightening up a bit. It was then that they heard a voice from behind them. "Actually, I was telling you the truth. Technically speaking, I am a beginner." Both father and daughter turned and saw Ranma standing near the doorway with his Pikachu riding on his shoulder. He had recalled his other Pokemon, as the store wouldn't let him go in with a Rapidash and a Pidgeotto. Besides, the door was too narrow to let a full-sized horse enter. Sam's expression became a bit hostile as she gazed at Ranma. "So, are you here to gloat?" Ranma shrugged as he said, "None. I'm just here to see if you're alright. I felt pretty bad about our match and I wanted to apologize. I also wanted to explain a few things about my Pokemon and me." Raiden nodded. "Pikachu." Joe looked at Ranma's expression and assessed it. Finding only sincerity and concern in him, he nodded and gestured to a stool beside him. As Ranma sat down, Sam's father began questioning him while his daughter watched Ranma with wariness and a bit of fascination. "So you really are a beginner? After seeing that battle and all those powerful attacks, I would have thought that you were some kind of expert and had at least 8 badges by now." Ranma shook his head as he took out his Pokédex. He opened it up and showed him the registration date in which he received his trainer's license. I just started about a month ago and I only got 3 Pokemon. As for matches, we've only gone up against one guy with a golem. We beat him, of course. Which Pokemon did you use? Sam asked. My Pikachu. You beat a golem with a Pikachu. Raiden smiled and held up a paw. Pika. But electric Pokemon are weak against rock types. Raiden's trainer shrugged as he replied, yeah, that's what that jerk said too. He smirked. Just before Raiden ear-pounded the living daylights out of his golem. Ranma chuckled at the memory. The look on that boy's face was priceless. Baby, but how? I'm a martial artist. Martial artist? What's that got to do with anything? Ranma smiled with pride as he said, I just remembered. I haven't introduced myself. Ta-da! I'm Ranma Sodom of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. You've already met Raiden, Wildfire and Wind Rider. Anything goes? Joe asked. I've heard of karate, kung fu and stuff like that, but that's a new one on me. Ranma nodded. It's a fighting style which can combine all aspects of other disciplines into a freestyle form of combat. Before I became a Pokemon trainer, I had already spent more than a decade training to be a martial artist. I can tell you that I am pretty good. Ranma beamed for a moment before continuing on. Before starting on my Pokemon journey, I spent a few weeks working with Professor Oak in Pallet Town. I learned a lot about the many attacks of different Pokemon. I happen to know some techniques that can allow a person, or Pokemon, to tap into their own hidden potential. What you just saw today was a small sample of weeks of training my Pokemon in my fighting style. I figured, why stop at training them in the usual attacks? I mean, there's nothing in the rules saying that they couldn't do that, is there? Joe and Sam thought about it for a few moments before nodding. It was true. They could see the advantages in teaching the Pokemon in new, unexpected attacks. That would give Ranma's Pokemon a critical edge in battle. Ranma continued. I also picked up a few skills from my Pokemon as well, and we've learned to work very well together. Wow. Sam hated to admit it, but she was impressed. If what she saw today was only a small sample of what he and his Pokemon were capable of, then Ranma may well be a better trainer than most masters were, despite his newness to the world of Pokemon. So how do you do it? Ranma smirked as he said, now I can't be giving away all my secrets, now can I? Sam pouted a bit, then sighed. I guess not. The big-tailed martial artist nodded as he stood up and said, well, it was nice meeting you both and I hope everything will be alright with you. Joe smiled as he patted his daughter's shoulder and said, don't worry. My Sam is a survivor. This whole thing has taught her not to underestimate her opponents. She'll be more ready the next time, right Sam? You bet, Dad. I'll be giving you a better battle the next time, Ranma. Ranma smiled as he said, I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, by the way, I believe you owe me something. Joe reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a small item. He then handed Ranma the coveted Earth badge of the Viridian Gym. In recognition of your victory, we present you with this Earth badge. Raiden leaned over a bit to look at the badge in his trainer's hand. The Earth badge was made of a shiny, emerald-colored metal and was in the shape of a leaf. Pika, nodding to Joe and Sam, Ranma pocketed the badge and he and his Pikachu left the shop. Later that day, Giovanni was more than interested as he listened to the report being given to him by Butch and Cassidy. As he spoke to the communications screen on his desk, his eyes had that devious glint to them. What you're telling me is quite unbelievable, to say the least. Are you sure that you're not just pulling my leg? No, boss, Butch said quickly. That new trainer beat the pants off the Viridian Gym leader. It was like her Pokemon were nothing. Do you have any proof of what you are telling me? Cassidy nodded. You do remember that before we sold the property to the Wrecker family, we set up several hidden surveillance cameras to keep track of any powerful Pokemon that came to challenge Joe Wrecker's daughter. I believe that they caught the battle on tape. Giovanni nodded as he pressed a switch on his control console and had the visuals of the battle sent to another viewing screen. He began watching Ranma's Pokemon as they battled with Sam's. Well, battle was not an appropriate word. It was a one-sided match and the supreme leader of Team Rocket was more than astonished as he saw Raiden, Wind Rider and Wildfire in action. He was especially impressed with how easily the Rapidash defeated a strong water-type Pokemon, despite the fact that it was supposed to be weak against opponents such as Blastoise. The built-in energy sensors of the cameras also measured the power levels of each. The readings were far higher than normal and the cameras had also picked up the same unusual energy readings that had been detected earlier. They were mostly coming from Ranma. When the visuals ended, Giovanni was well convinced to give Jesse and James' counterparts their new orders. Listen up, you two. Whoever this new trainer is, I want both him and his Pokemon. He would certainly be an asset to Team Rocket. Get him any way you can, but bring him to me. Understood? Yes, sir. Sometime that evening, in a small diner near the warehouse district, Ranma was eating his dinner with his Pikachu before deciding on where to go next. In front of them was a road map, which had all the locations of the nearest towns and cities. So where do you think we should go next? Ranma asked as he munched on his meal. Beside him on the table, his Pikachu was devouring his own dinner. Pikachu. Raiden pointed to a spot on the map. The trainer looked down at the area. Pewter City. Ranma then read about the town. Specializes in rock-type Pokemon. Hey, they even have a gym there. Pika. Looks like it's about a couple of days walk from here. Or half a day's ride if we took Wildfire. After the battle at the Viridian Gym, Ranma had become a little more confident about his skills as a trainer and Pewter City was as good as any place to go to. In any case, it wasn't as if he had any other destination in mind. Okay, Raiden. First thing in the morning, A while later, after dinner was consumed and Ranma had taken Wildfire and Wind Rider to the Pokemon Center for treatments, the trainer and his Pikachu began heading back to the motel that Ranma had been staying at ever since he arrived in Viridian. As they came to their room, Ranma immediately noticed that his backpack was missing. He and Raiden began searching around for his possessions but could find nothing. Panicking that thieves might have broken in and stolen all of his worldly possessions, he went to the phone to call the police. It was then that he noticed a small note near the phone, which read, "To the trainer who beat the Viridian gym leader. If you want your stuff back, meet us at the following address and come alone. Signed Team Rocket." Ranma winced at the memory of the last time he met up with that organization. Jesse and James were of no consequence and neither were their Pokemon. All except one, that is, that CC cat of theirs. The martial artist shuddered at the thought of encountering that talking Meowth again. However, if Ranma wanted his property back, then he had no choice. Some of those items were irreplaceable and had great sentimental value. In any case, that pack also contained most of their supplies and money was a bit tight at the moment. With a resigned sigh, he gestured to his Pikachu to follow him as he exited the door and headed toward the area that was indicated on the note. Ranma knew that this was some kind of trap, but he didn't really have a choice. In an abandoned warehouse, Butch and Cassidy were going through Ranma's pack as they waited for his arrival. "Hey, look at this, Cassidy." Butch hauled out Ranma's ceremonial tanto, which was wrapped in embroidered cloth and tied with a silken rope. As he unwrapped the blade, he stared at the Sodom family crest and said, "Whoa! Strange thing to be carrying around. If you think that's weird, look at this." Cassidy held out a small metal spatula, which had some kanji symbols on it. The two thieves rummaged through the pack, finding provisions and whatnot inside. After a few minutes, they were satisfied that there was nothing of any value inside to sell off or keep. Nothing in the pack gave them any information on how Ranma had trained his Pokemon, and the training manuals they found were in illegible Japanese. Replacing all the things in the pack, they turned to a console that had many television screens on it. On one of the screens, they saw Ranma and his Pikachu approaching the warehouse. They nodded to each other as they began the preparations for their unsuspecting guests. Ranma and Raiden approached the warehouse with caution. They didn't know what to expect, but they were on their guard. Ranma fingered the two Pokeballs on his belt. Though he was confident that he and Raiden could handle anything that could be thrown at them, the fact that his other two Pokemon were ready at a moment's notice was reassuring. Taking a deep breath and then giving his Pikachu a nod, Ranma reached out to turn the doorknob. In the control room, Cassidy smiled as she pushed a button on the console. Ranma and Raiden each yelped in surprise as the ground gave way beneath them. The trapdoors swung out from beneath them, causing them to be dropped down a chute. "What the hell? Pika!" The two went down the nearly vertical shaft and found themselves headed down 100 yards below ground. When the slide suddenly leveled off, Ranma and Raiden soared off into empty space. Curling his body into a somersault, Ranma made a graceful double flip before landing on a metal floor. His Pikachu followed through with a triple somersault and landed perfectly beside him. The two looked around and saw that they were in a huge room that was about the size of a high school gymnasium. The area was lit by large ceiling lamps and was totally empty. The walls were smooth and were made up of panels. There didn't seem to be any exits that either could see, and Ranma's danger senses were on high alert. Pika! Pika! Ranma looked down at his Pikachu and saw that he was gesturing toward the center of the room. He turned his gaze to where Raiden was indicating and saw a familiar object on the floor. My backpack. Ranma and his Pokémon started to run toward it. When they were more than halfway toward it, they stopped when they heard a noise. Looking around, they saw that one of the wall panels was sliding open. A small object emerged from the hole and dropped to the floor. Afterwards the panel closed up. Ranma's attention was fixed on the object, and when it rolled close enough, he recognized it as a Pokeball. When it came to a stop, it opened up and released a huge shape. The Pokemon roared as it came in being. Ranma's expression turned pale as he brought out his Pokédex. *RHYDON. A rhinoceros Pokemon of the rock type. RHYDON is the evolved form of RHYHORN. Its skin is strong enough to withstand extreme pressures and temperatures of well over 2000 OC. Its takedown attack is like being hit by a tank. Its horn is AS hard AS diamond. That doesn't sound good, Ranma remarked, then saw that another wall panel was opening up. Another Pokeball was released and reveled the Pokemon inside. At first, Ranma thought he was seeing a dragon when it flapped its wings and let off gouts of flame from its mouth. Then he remembered to point his Pokédex at it. *CHARIZARD. The final evolution of the CHARMANDER. A fire-type Pokemon that has been known to unintentionally start forest fires. Its flames can become hot enough to melt stone. Its temperament matches its fiery flames and is extremely hard to control. Cool. Ranma said in spite of the fact that he and his Pikachu were trapped in a room with these potentially lethal Pokemon. It was then that a third Pokeball rolled onto the scene and opened up. The Pokemon that appeared was just as intimidating. With its wailing, blade arms, Ranma became concerned. Sizer. Sizer. A bug-type Pokemon that has some characteristics of dinosaurs. It is very agile and the razor edges on its forearms make its slash attack extremely dangerous. Ranma didn't like the way things were turning out. He and Raiden were facing off against three very violent and dangerous Pokemon that looked ready to tear into them at any moment. They both went into their ready stances and waited. In the control room, Butch and Cassidy smiled as they watched Ranma and his Pikachu on a large viewing screen. It was then that Butch reached over to activate a loudspeaker and give their Pokemon the order to attack. CHARIZARD. Flamethrower. The fire lizard took a few steps forward and let loose with a scorching blast from its maw. Ranma and his Pikachu leapt to either side to avoid being toasted. Ranma rolled to the right, then began powering up his ki energies. Raiden followed his trainer's lead and glowed a bright blue. R-A-I-D-N. Double M-O-K-O-D-A-K-B-I-S-H-A. Ranma had later named his ki attack as the Fierce Tiger Ball after he had discovered that he could project his ki by way of his confidence. Pika. A small blue ball formed in front of the mouse's paws and then was sent hurtling toward the Charizard, just as Ranma released his own. At the control room, Butch and Cassidy could only stare in amazement. "What the heck is that?" Butch exclaimed. The Charizard looked in confusion as two balls of ki energy came at it from either side. It had never encountered anything like this, and it was too slow in dodging the twin attacks. Ranma's blast hit it in the belly while Raiden's exploded against the side of its head. The final evolution of a Charmander let off a roar of pain and was staggered. It would be several seconds before it could shake off the effects. That was all the time Ranma needed as he dashed toward the injured Charizard to finish it off. His aura suddenly exploded into a red, blazing corona as he suddenly went from 0 to 70 miles per hour. He crossed the distance between himself and the Pokémon in under 1.5 seconds and then leapt up in a sidekick. R-A-P-I-D-A-S-H run. The Charizard had just shaken off the effects of being hit by ki blasts, when it saw Ranma approach it from out of the corner of its eyes. It tried to turn its head toward the speeding martial artist to use another flame attack, but it was too late. Ranma's foot, energized with ki that resembled wildfire's flames, slammed into Charizard's temple and sent the lizard flying. The Pyro Pokémon slammed headfirst into a nearby wall with a loud clang, and then it slumped down into unconsciousness. Butch's jaw hung out and hit the floor of the control room. Huh? No way! How did he do that? Cassidy took up the microphone. R-H-Y-D-O-N. Take down attack. Sizer. Slash attack. Ranma was just taking his eyes off the downed Charizard, when his finely tuned danger sense kicked in and he ducked, thereby avoiding a viscous slash to the head by the Sizer. As Ranma turned to battle it, he felt the floor begin to shake and tremble. Sparing a glance to his Pikachu, he saw that Raiden was directly in the path of a charging Raiden. It was then that the Sizer began making a series of slashes and cuts at the martial artist. On the other side of the battle zone, Raiden leapt high in the air to avoid the Raiden as it charged. As the electric rodent reached the apex of his leap, he began charging up his cheek pouches. He then discharged a massive amount of electricity in the form of his Thundershock attack, aiming directly for the Raiden's eyes. Pikachu. The blast did nothing to the rock-type Pokemon's thick hide, but that was not Raiden's intent. Ranma's Pokemon knew that Rhyhorns and their evolved forms were like regular rhinos, and did suffer from poor eyesight and sensitivity to light. Having a burst of electricity occur in front of it was like staring at a flashbulb at point-blank range. Raiden stopped in its charge and shook its head as it was temporarily blinded. Raiden landed behind it and then launched the Stonebreaker quick attack. The Pikachu became a yellow blur of fury as he darted back and forth, landing dozens of key-enhanced blows on his rocky foe. In just a few seconds, Raiden was subjected to an intense pounding. When Raiden completed his attack, he stood in front of his adversary in a ready stance and waited. Raiden had a look of confusion as it tried to comprehend what had just happened to it. It then let off a groan as cracks in its protective skin appeared. Its massive horn also showed signs of fractures in it. The Raiden looked down at its diminutive foe and let off an angered roar. It tried to charge at Raiden again, but the injuries it sustained was too much for it and it collapsed onto the floor face first, making a loud boom as its massive body hit the metal. Raiden made a polite bow to his fallen opponent. In the control room, but rock Pokemon are supposed to be strong against electric types. Cassidy gasped as she saw Raiden collapse to the floor of the arena. Meanwhile, Ranma was getting quite a workout as he successfully dodged each of Sizer's attacks. He was really enjoying himself, as this was his first human-sized opponent. Ranma had been itching for a challenge to test his new skills and he wanted to make the experience a memorable one. For the Sizer, it was a completely story. It couldn't understand how a mere human could be this fast. It had expected the trainer to send out a Pokemon to battle it, not fight it personally. Not only was he evading each of its attacks, but also he was actually smiling at it, as if he were enjoying it. This went on for another minute, in which the Sizer became more enraged at Ranma's audacity. Rearing back with one arm, it focused all of its energies in a downward slash to Ranma's head. The razor edge came down, and was stopped when Ranma clapped both palms on the sides of the arm and trapped the appendage in a bare-handed sword-catching technique. Sizer? No one had ever stopped its flash attack before. It tried to pull its arm back, but Ranma tightened his grip and kept the arm from pulling free. The martial artist then raised his arms and sent a hard kick to Sizer's midsection, stunning it and causing its breath to be driven out. Releasing his hold on its arm, Ranma moved forward and delivered several hard punches to the bug Pokemon's abdomen and head, causing it to stagger back. Its thick exoskeleton began to buckle under the continuous pummeling. With the last punch, Ranma sent it sprawling back a dozen feet. The anything-goes fighter began powering up his aura as he gestured for his Pikachu to join him. Raising an arm with the palm facing up and the fingers spread out, focusing his ki into his hand. Ranma smiled as he began converting the ball of ki energy into electricity. In the control room, Butch and Cassidy were still in shock after seeing Raiden defeat the Raiden when they saw sparks appear in Ranma's hand. "How the heck is he doing that?" Butch said, as he and his partner became awestruck at the appearance of a ball of lightning in Ranma's hand. "Why are you asking me?" Cassidy replied as her eyes roved over the image of the muscular and very handsome martial artist as he prepared to deal the final blow to the weakened, but still fighting Sizer. Ranma gritted his teeth as he saw the Sizer get to its feet and then made a suicidal charge toward them. At his feet, Raiden was powering up his cheek pouches. Ranma smiled as he shook his head and said to his friend, "Sorry, Raiden, but this one's mine. Just jump with me." In his raised hand, the ball of ki was converted completely to electricity and grew to 5 times the size of a basketball. He and his Pikachu then leapt high. At the apex of his jump, Ranma reared back and tossed the sphere at the attacking Sizer in an overhand throw. Pikachu and the blast bomb. The bug Pokemon screamed in absolute terror as the ball lightning shot toward it, and just as it tried to evade the attack, the sphere exploded against its side. Sizer roared in pain as it was subjected to more than 60,000 volts. Its body twitched and convulsed as the electricity swept through it. Coincidentally, since the floors and walls were also metallic, the electricity was conducted through the surfaces. The surveillance cameras were overloaded and blew out their lenses as their circuits were fried. In the control room, Team Rocket had to duck for cover as their monitor exploded into a shower of glass, metal and sparks. Fortunately for Ranma and his Pikachu, they were in the air at the time and weren't in contact with the electrified room.